What if the very fabric of time was stitched together by a treaty written in blood, and it's unraveling? In a world where kings traded kingdoms for power at the flick of a quill, one ancient agreement slipped through the cracks of history, leaving chaos in its wake. The year was 1347. The Black Death was a mere whisper on the breeze, and while peasants bickered over stale bread, the elite were feverishly ink-stained, signing a pact so twisted it could make Dante reconsider his tour of hell. A pact that whispered promises of peace, yet birthed an insatiable hunger for war, one that would echo through the ages like an unholy dirge. What if the truth of that treaty lay buried beneath centuries of lies, guarded by shadows that even the bravest men fear? Imagine a document, crumbling and yellowed, hidden in a cellar where rats scurry like secrets left untold. The parchment, inscribed with cryptic symbols, promises salvation yet delivers annihilation as its only offspring. Imagine cracking that seal, feeling the chill of the unknown seep into your bones. Would you dare? Lords and knights wore their honor like armor, yet in darkened chambers, they sharpened daggers behind each other's backs. Betrayal was the currency of the time, and the ancient treaty became the ultimate betrayal, a contract so diabolical it flipped morality on its head, and now it's calling you to bear witness. With every word, you curl deeper into the shadows, heart racing, pulse pounding. What happened to those who dared to oppose it? Scribes scribbled myths and legends, but this was no fairy tale, it was a tragic farce steeped in blood and betrayal. Picture a jester, juggling knives, laughter echoing as heads roll, far removed from a world of gallant knights. The medieval tapestry of life has never been so darkly humorous, where the punchlines are as dangerous as the swords glinting in the twilight. What if every kingdom you know, every throne you've revered, was built on the ashes of that very treaty? Look closely at history, it's a riddle wrapped in deceit, a game of thrones played by children who wielded knives instead of scepters. The echoes of their laughter still haunt the corridors of power, whispering secrets to anyone bold enough to listen. Are you ready to face the treachery that dwells just beyond the veil? To confront the specters of ambition and greed that sparked a conflagration across the ages? The ancient treaty failed not because its promises were broken, but because it was never meant to succeed. It was a drowning man's grasp at a lifeline turned noose, and now, it's your turn to pull at the threads. When the ink dried, the world gasped. When the parchment crumbled, the truth roared. What will you do when the echoes of the past reverberate within you? Will you hide, or will you scream? The clock ticks, the shadows await, and the answer you seek might just be the one you regret finding. The sun hung low, bleeding crimson across the horizon like a wounded beast. In the heart of a bustling settlement, a child's wail pierced the air, raw and trembling, echoing off mud brick walls that had seen too much. The ground shuddered beneath the weight of hearts and histories, where laughter mixed with cries in a cacophony of human existence. You could almost taste the dust, thick like the desperation that clung to these people. I remember the moment he arrived, a figure cloaked in shadows, his eyes glinting like shards of broken glass. Okiel, a hunter, carved from the very wilderness itself, bore the scars of survival etched across his brow. He had returned with blood-stained hands, fingers twitching with the memory of the chase, eyes wild as the beasts he pursued. Every breath he took felt like a whisper of mortality, and with it came the weight of choices unmade. Beside him stood Nura, a midwife, whose hands had brought life into the world and ushered souls into the void. She felt the pulse of the community in her bones, the heartbeat of mothers and fathers, the rhythm of tiny feet pounding against earth. Her heart ached with the knowledge that each life she saved came with a shadow of loss, a promise unfulfilled tangled in her fingers. The cries of the child, sharp and urgent, danced around her, a reminder of the fragility of existence and the silent burden she bore. Why do we persist? Okiel muttered, staring out into the abyss, as if the horizon held answers to questions long buried. Why, when the earth itself seems to conspire against us? Because we must, Nura replied, her voice steady but laced with the tremors of uncertainty. For every death, there is a birth. For every wound, we heal. It is the balance that binds us. Their eyes met, two souls tethered by the fragility of life, a moment suspended in the silence of shared despair. But the silence was a predator, always lurking, waiting to pounce. And then came the storm, the very heavens roared, and the winds howled with a ferocity that rattled the bones of the earth. It descended like a shroud, dark and suffocating, an omen draping itself over the settlement. I remember the first drops of rain, heavy and laden with the scent of impending doom, hitting the parched ground like a hammer against glass. "Gather the children!" Nura's voice rang out, a siren call against the chaos. "To the shelter!" But Okil stood frozen, as if caught in the snare of his own thoughts. What if this is it? His question hung, thick with unspoken fears. What if the earth claims us tonight? Nura felt the weight of his words pressing against her chest. Then we face it together. The storm unleashed its fury, torrents of rain cascading like shattered glass, drowning the cries of the night. The shadows grew thicker, clutching at her heart like icy fingers. They moved through the darkness, a motley crew of frightened souls clinging to one another, finding refuge in the smallness of shelter. Inside, the air was thick with the mingling of breaths, warmth wrapped around their bodies like a fragile cocoon against the tempest outside. Yet the storm battered on, relentless, a reminder of nature's indifference to their plight. I remember the night the shadows came, Nura whispered, a fleeting memory that fluttered in the chaos. They took our elders, one by one, ghosts emerging from the ground. They haunt us still. Okil's breath hitched, the weight of her words an anchor. You think we'll vanish too? Not if we remember, she replied, her eyes glowing with a fierce light, determination rising like the tide. We are the stories we tell, the lives we live. We are the echoes of those before us, rising like the sun after every storm. As the storm roared, pounding against their fragile walls, Okil felt hope flickering like a candle in the tempest. They were alive, raw and flawed, yet vibrant and real. But then came the flash of lightning, an electric jolt slicing through the night. It illuminated the faces around them, each one a canvas of fear and determination. In that moment, they were not just survivors, they were warriors, fighting against the decay of time and the shadows creeping closer. Nura felt the heaviness of the moment, a pulse in the air that crackled with potential. We must hold on to our stories, she urged. They're the threads of our existence. If we forget them, if we let the shadows win, in the end, we're all just dust, Okil murmured, his voice a whisper of melancholy. What good are stories when the dust settles? Dust, yes, she answered, voice fierce, but dust can become clay, can mold into something new. We must create art, love, life. Even amidst the ruins. The storm raged on, an unyielding beast outside, but within the shelter, a flicker of defiance ignited the air. They were alive, they were here, and their hearts beat as one in defiance of the darkness. As the night wore on, the whispers of history lingered, weaving through the cracks of the shelter, speaking of those who had come before. They were not just fighting against the storm, they were fighting against time itself, against oblivion, against the shadows that loomed ever closer. And I remember that feeling, the pulse of humanity, the raw energy coursing through them, as they stood unyielding against the storm. It was a birth of civilization, a cacophony of existence echoing through the ages. In that charged atmosphere, the boundaries blurred, time twisted, the cosmos spun, a grand theater where every heartbeat echoed louder than the storm outside. As the night stretched into eternity, they faced the abyss together, knowing that in the end, they would rise again, reborn amidst the chaos, crafting their stories anew. And so, the storm raged on, a testament to their struggle, a struggle that would never truly end. For in every heartbeat, every breath, every flickering moment of life, there lies the relentless march toward the dawn, where shadows are chased away by the light of new beginnings. The sun hung low in the sky, bleeding crimson across the horizon as the air crackled with tension. A shout sliced through the silence, reverberating against the stone walls of the city-state, an echo of desperation. I stood in the shadows, heart pounding, as the marketplace transformed into a battleground. Merchants abandoned their wares, scattering like leaves before an autumn storm. The scent of sweat and fear mingled with the sharp tang of copper in the air, the unmistakable harbinger of violence. I remember the faces, taut with anger or frozen in shock. Alizia, a fierce woman with wild curls and a spirit even wilder, stood defiantly. Her sharp tongue had managed to carve a path through the hierarchy of our city, but in that moment, it felt as if her voice would be swallowed whole by the chaos. "You think you can control us," she cried, her words igniting something deep within the crowd. "We are not mere pawns in your twisted game." The faces around me flickered with a mix of admiration and fear. Alizia was a tempest, but even storms can be quelled. Then there was Yarrick, a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders, burdened by loyalty and ambition. He watched the scene unfold, his expression a mixture of longing and despair. "Alizia," he whispered, but the wind snatched his words away, leaving him stranded in silence. His heart was a battleground of its own, torn between the fierce spirit of his childhood friend and the cold calculations of power. Was it courage to stand by her side, or was it foolishness that would lead to destruction? The city was collapsing around us, and Yarrick stood at the precipice, teetering between loyalty and self-preservation. The clang of metal rang out like a death knell, and I could feel the pulse of the city quickening, a living organism on the cusp of implosion. The forces of power, lurking in the shadows, stirred. They had grown fat and complacent, their greed festering like an open wound. They were the ghosts of ambition, haunting the very streets we walked. I had seen the glimmer of their eyes in the moonlight, the kind of hunger that gnawed at the soul. They would not let go easily. Alizia eyed the guards, clad in armor that gleamed like the sun, their faces obscured by shadows. "Is this how you protect your people?" she challenged, her voice steady despite the chaos. "With fear? With violence? We deserve more." Her courage was a knife, cutting through the thick fog of despair. But what was bravery when the odds were stacked against you? I could see the gears of Yarrick's mind turning, calculating risks, weighing lives against ambition, and I felt the suffocating weight of his indecision. I remember the moment our eyes met, a fleeting connection, a reminder that we were all bound by the same strings of fate. "What do you want, Alizia?" he finally asked, the words tumbling out like stones from a crumbling wall. "Do you want to tear the city apart?" His voice was a whisper, barely audible over the gathering storm. She was a flame, and he was the moth, drawn to her light yet terrified of the burn. "Not tear, Yarrick. Build." Her voice rose, fierce as the wind, sweeping through the crowd, igniting hearts. "Build a future where we are free. Where our children won't have to bury their dreams under the weight of our mistakes." But the crowd was a fickle creature, swayed by the promises of power just as easily as they were by fear. I felt the tension in the air, a web of emotions, pulling tighter with every heartbeat. A mother grasped her child, eyes wide with uncertainty. An old man clutched a wooden cane, knuckles white, his body trembling. Hope and despair danced hand in hand, weaving a tapestry of conflict that engulfed us all. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in authority, Lord Darius, the epitome of power, his presence a storm cloud that darkened the air. "Enough," he bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder across the plaza. "You will comply, or you will pay dearly." Fear seeped into the cracks of the crowd, and I felt it seep into me too. The air thickened, and I could almost taste the despair. Alizia stepped forward, unwavering, a spear of defiance piercing through the fog of dread. "You threaten us with chains, but we are already bound by our own ignorance." The crowd surged, caught in her fervor. In that moment, she was not just a woman, she was the embodiment of every hope, every shattered dream. But Yarrick, caught between admiration and fear of losing her, felt his resolve crumbling. "Alizia, please," he whispered, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. It was an impossible dilemma, stand with her and risk everything or retreat into the shadows of safety. Like two sides of a coin, they spun in the air, glistening with possibility yet heavy with consequence. "Do you not see?" she shouted, her voice rising above the roar, each syllable laced with desperation. "If we do not rise now, we will drown beneath the weight of their greed forever." My heart raced, and I felt the chill of fate drawing closer. In that electrifying moment, she and I shared a connection that transcended our fears, an understanding that we were all pieces on a shattered chessboard, struggling against the unseen hand that moved us. Lord Darius stepped closer, his gaze locking onto Alizia, eyes cold as the grave. "You mistake rebellion for courage, girl," he sneered, his words laced with venom. "Courage is knowing when to bow your head." The tension snapped, and I could feel the air crackle like fire around us, a volatile storm ready to erupt. And then, in that fragile silence, destiny crept in like a thief in the night. I could see it in their eyes, Alizia's fierce determination, Yarek's torturous reckoning, and Darius's unyielding arrogance. They were all pieces of something grander, a narrative woven through time, a cycle that would repeat endlessly until someone had the bravery to rewrite the ending. In that moment, I remembered the stars, distant and indifferent. The cosmos watched us, a silent witness to our struggles, our pain, our desire for freedom. And the shadows whispered promises of change, urging us to break free from the chains that bound us. The sun dipped lower, and darkness clawed at the edges of our world, a reminder that every night must give way to dawn, but first, there was a battle to fight. I felt the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of its people resonating in my bones. Their dreams, their fears, they surged forward like a tidal wave, ready to crash against the shores of oppression. As the tension reached a boiling point, I knew that every heartbeat from that moment on would echo in eternity, and the rise of city-states was merely the beginning of a much grander, darker tale. The winds of change were blowing, carrying whispers of hope and despair alike. And somewhere beneath the surface, the clock was ticking, a reminder that time waits for no one. The sun hung low in the blood-red sky, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch for miles, reaching hands clawing toward something lost, something fragile. In the heart of the ancient city, two figures stood at the edge of a crumbling stone wall, their breaths mingling with the dust of ages. The air was thick, a storm brewed, not just in the heavens above, but within their hearts. The weight of history pressed down on them, an unseen hand squeezing tight, whispering secrets of broken oaths and shattered promises. I remember the first time I met Elena. Her laughter rang out like a bell, joyous yet tinged with an underlying sorrow. It was a sound that danced with the ghosts of treaties unfulfilled, of dreams unspoken. She stood there, the flickering light of the torches throwing her silhouette into sharp relief, defiant, a warrior against the encroaching darkness. She was a diplomat's daughter, but her heart was a battlefield. Her father, a well-meaning fool, had made the kind of promises that splintered nations. And now, standing before the man who had become her reluctant ally, the true cost of his words weighed heavily upon her. Across from her was Marcus, a soldier, a protector, yet also a harbinger of violence. His face was etched with the scars of loyalty and betrayal, a living testament to treaties turned to ash in the flame of ambition. He held a sword in one hand and a scroll in the other, the parchment wrinkled like the skin of an old man, filled with words that could either save or doom them all. I could see the conflict in his eyes, passion clashing with duty, love grappling with fear. He was a man torn between the principles he had sworn to uphold and the pull of something greater, a connection with Elena that felt like the very fabric of the universe unraveling. "Do you believe in them?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, a fragile thread in the cacophony of war drums. "The words that bind us, do they hold any power?" Her gaze pierced through him, raw and searching. I remember standing at the borders, where the ink dried and the blood flowed. Marcus replied, his voice gravelly, haunted. "Words can build bridges, but they can also burn them down." He looked away, his gaze drifting to the horizon where smoke rose like a ghost from the ruins of a town that once thrived. "I'm not sure if promises ever meant anything." The air crackled with tension, a storm of emotions that threatened to break. I felt it, the weight of their uncertainty, the fear of betrayal that loomed like death itself. Each heartbeat echoed the stakes, and the world around them blurred, leaving only the two of them standing on the precipice of destruction. With a sudden intensity, Elena stepped closer, her voice a fierce whisper. "Then we must make our own treaty, one born of courage, not of fear." Her breath hitched, and in that moment, she embodied the very essence of hope that flickered in the darkness. "If we do nothing, history will write our story in blood." Tears glistened in her eyes as she held his gaze, and I could almost feel the universe shift, the delicate balance of fate teetering on the edge of their words. But Marcus recoiled, the weight of her desperation crashing over him. "You don't understand," he said, frustration twisting his features. "Every treaty has its price. You think you want this? You think you can escape the ghosts of those who came before us?" "Maybe that's the point," she shot back, voice trembling with conviction. "Maybe we can carve out our own future, rewrite the script." Too many have suffered under the weight of promises made in darkness. It's time we stand in the light. I remember the moment so vividly. The air felt electric, charged with the possibility of change, yet tinged with the peril of stepping into the unknown. Their resolve crackled like lightning, illuminating the shadows that loomed. Words could either unite them or tear them apart, and the gravity of their choice hung heavy between them, a silence punctuated only by distant cries echoing across the landscape, remnants of broken vows floating like lost souls. In that silence, I could see the flickering memories haunting them both, the treaties of old, signed in blood and ink, promises made and broken, cities lost to the chaos of war. The sheer absurdity of it all struck me, how simple words could ignite such fury, how a parchment could shackle a people to their fate, binding them to an eternal cycle of pain. Every treaty was a ghost, an echo of hearts beating in sync or shattering apart. And so they stood, two souls trapped in a moment where hope and despair collided, both aware that history was watching, holding its breath. The night deepened around them, a velvet shroud that wrapped the world in darkness, but within that darkness burned a flicker of possibility. Together, markers finally breathed, the word a fragile promise entwined with fear. But if we fail, if this treaty is but a whisper in the wind, then we'll fight together, Elena interrupted, her hand reaching out, trembling yet determined. I remember the stories of our ancestors, their dreams woven into the fabric of time. We owe it to them to try. In that moment, I understood, treaties were not merely pieces of paper, they were the embodiment of aspirations, the weight of countless dreams. They were fragile, easily shattered, yet they possessed an exquisite power, the power to inspire, to fuel revolutions, to change the course of history. With her words echoing in the air, the ground beneath them seemed to rumble, as if time itself held its breath. Around them, the world faded, leaving only the pulse of possibility. In that charged silence, they moved closer, two figures gathering strength from the storm brewing within. And just like that, the moment crystallized into eternity. Their choice was made, yet the future loomed dark and uncertain, a tapestry yet unwoven. The battlefield awaited, shadows danced in the corners of their minds, and the specters of the past whispered warnings in the wind. The concept of treaties, in its rawest form, unfolded before them, an ancient tale of hope and despair, a reminder that every promise made carried with it the weight of destiny. And as they stood poised on the cusp of what was to come, the universe held its breath, suspended in a moment of choice, teetering on the brink of history. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and fear, a palpable tension hanging like a shadow in the bustling streets of Babylon. I was there, standing beneath the massive ziggurat, its stone steps echoing with the cries of a kingdom on the brink of collapse. The sun dipped low, casting long, dark fingers across the ancient city, and I could feel the heartbeat of the crowd, rapid, anxious, desperate for a flicker of hope. My heart raced, each thump a reminder of the fragile thread that tied civilization to the whims of fate. I remember the moment when Marduk, a priest with weary eyes and a crown of thorns woven from desolation, raised his voice above the din. Ishtar, goddess of love and war, will you let us perish? His words were a desperate plea, a roar wound open for all to see. And in that instant, I felt his anguish seep into my soul. Marduk, a man of faith, now grappling with doubt, torn between the divine and the inevitable decay that surrounded him. His faith was a trembling flame in a storm, flickering against the encroaching chaos. Then there was Nefertari, a woman carved of both ice and fire, her spirit a tempest within her delicate frame. In Egypt, she was revered, an embodiment of beauty and power, yet the weight of expectation bore down on her like the heavy stones of the pyramids. What is a queen, she whispered to the moon, if her people drown in despair? Her voice was a haunting melody, echoing through the sands of time. I watched as she stared into the abyss of the Nile, her reflection shattered by the ripples of her kingdom's uncertainty. She held the secrets of her people, yet felt like a ghost haunting her own palace. Each decision she made felt like a sacrificial offering, and every choice came wrapped in the promise of heartbreak. As the sun slipped beneath the horizon, shadows crept along the walls, whispering tales of ghosts long gone, of civilizations that had risen and fallen, each one a cautionary tale. I felt their presence, the weight of their struggles, as if they were reaching out, beckoning me closer to the brink of understanding. In the distance, a clash of swords rang out, a gut-wrenching symphony of chaos. The Assyrian warriors, fierce and relentless, advanced, their battle cries piercing the night like arrows dipped in anguish. I could see Ashurbanipal, a king whose heart thrummed with the fervor of a lion, leading his men with a primal force. He was a tragic figure, a man who understood the burden of leadership yet was consumed by the flames of his own ambition. "We are the architects of our own destruction," he roared, as if the words could summon victory from the chaos. His eyes, wild yet haunted, revealed a truth that resonated deep within me. With every thrust of his sword, he fought not just for land, but for meaning in a world that seemed to gnaw at the edges of existence. But the irony of it all. Here were these warriors, draped in armor, their bodies glistening with sweat and blood, fighting for glory, yet bound by the chains of their own desires. Time felt suspended, the seconds thick and heavy, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, witnessing the tragic ballet of human folly. I couldn't help but laugh, or a bitter, self-deprecating chuckle, at the absurdity of it all. They fought as if the gods themselves were watching, yet the heavens remained silent, aloof, indifferent to their plight. "Do you know," I whispered into the ether, "that they bathed once a year? So yeah, romance was earthy." My voice dripped with dark humor, an attempt to mask the sobering truths unfolding around me. The laughter felt like a fragile bubble in a world of chaos, a small rebellion against the weight of history pressing down, aching to be acknowledged. I remember the night deepening, the stars flickering like the eyes of long-lost ancestors, watching and waiting. Nefertari stood beside the river, her silhouette painted against the moonlight, a stark contrast of strength and vulnerability. "What will become of us?" she cried, her voice raw, unfiltered, echoing through the universe. And in that moment, I felt the pulse of 1,000 fears, a tapestry woven from the threads of love, loss, and the desperate hope for salvation. The cities of the ancient world, their glory and their ruin, unfolded like a haunting dream, each civilization a ghost that lingered on the edge of memory. I could see the blood-soaked earth beneath the feet of the legions marching for power, the cries of the oppressed echoing through the chambers of time. The tension was unbearable, a taut string pulled to its limits, vibrating with unspoken truths. I felt the weight of it all, the burden of dreams turned to dust, the laughter of children replaced by the cries of loss. Yet through the darkness, a flicker of resilience remained. Each character, flawed yet relatable, bore the scars of their choices, embodying the eternal struggle of the human spirit against the relentless tide of time. Marduk's faith flickered like a candle in the wind, Nefertari's resolve a fragile shield against despair, and Ashurbanipal's ambition a double-edged sword that could either carve out a legacy or lead to ruin. As I stood there, breathless, heart racing, the world around me felt impossibly alive, each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes, each breath a testament to the lives intertwined in this tragic dance of existence. It was a symphony of emotion and conflict, a visceral reminder that we are all caught in the tides of history, each moment a fleeting glimpse into the chaos that binds us to our past. And then, as if orchestrated by the cosmos itself, the clash of civilizations erupted into a crescendo, an explosion of sound and fury that shattered the silence of the night. I felt the world tilt on its axis, the boundaries of history collapsing into the present, the echoes of ancient battles intertwining with our own. The weight of their struggles pressed down on me, and I understood, this was just the beginning. The darkness was not an ending, but a doorway into the next chapter, a haunting, beautiful promise that held the potential for redemption, for growth, for the unyielding power of the human spirit. And as the night deepened, I knew one thing for certain, the story was far from over. The air crackled with unspoken words, each one a spark waiting to ignite a firestorm. A single shot echoed through the alley, sharp and brutal, cutting through the cacophony of the bustling market. I froze, heart racing, as terrified eyes darted around me. The laughter of children playing nearby turned into a haunting silence, a collective breath held in the face of the unknown. Fear wrapped itself around us like a suffocating shroud. I could see her, a figure in the distance, silhouetted against the fading light. Lena! She stood there, frozen, her eyes wide and glistening like fractured glass. I remember the tension that day, a tension thicker than the smoke rising from the vendors' fires. I remember the way the shadows danced across her face, how her laughter had once filled the air like music. Now, that laughter felt like a distant memory, overshadowed by the weight of the moment. As I moved toward her, the ground felt unsteady beneath my feet. Each step was a reminder of the chaos swirling around us, a chaos that threatened to engulf everything in its path. I could taste the acrid fear in the air, feel it clawing at the edges of my mind. "Why are they fighting?" I whispered, though I knew the answer. The brutal reality of our divided world lay bare before us, the bloody tapestry woven from threads of power and betrayal. We were a city caught in the throes of a war that seemed never-ending, where allegiances shifted like sand, and trust was a fool's dream. I could see it in Lena's eyes, the confusion, the fear, the yearning for the simplicity of a life untouched by the shadows of politics. "I don't know," she replied, voice trembling. "But we can't stay here." A siren wailed in the distance, a banshee's cry that sent shivers down my spine. It was a reminder that safety was a mirage, a fleeting illusion slipping through our fingers. And then there was Marcus, cloaked in the darkness of a world he had fought to protect. He was a soldier, yes, but also a man burdened by the weight of his choices. I remember the first time I saw him, standing tall and proud, a beacon of strength amidst the chaos. But now, he felt like a ghost, haunted by the memories of battles fought and lives lost. Each new day felt like a new layer of guilt, a reminder of the blood on his hands, the lives he couldn't save. "I have to go back," Marcus said, determination lighting his eyes, that flicker of courage battling the storm within. "They need me." "No." Lena's voice broke, desperation spilling forth like a dam breaking. "If you go back, you won't come back. This war will consume you." Tears glistened on her cheeks, a stark contrast to the grit of the city around us. But Marcus was resolute, the pain of his choices etched deep into his soul. "I can't just abandon them. I can't abandon what's left of my life." The words hung heavy in the air, a siren call to honor and duty, yet they felt like chains binding him to a fate he could not escape. The world around us blurred, a symphony of chaos swelling in intensity as we stood at the precipice. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that whispered secrets of betrayal and alliances formed in the dark. I could sense the pulse of the city, its heartbeat a frantic rhythm, a desperate dance between hope and despair. Every corner held the ghosts of decisions made, a tapestry woven with threads of courage and cowardice, love and hate. "Remember the stars?" I asked, trying to anchor us to something beyond this turmoil. They once seemed so distant, but now, my voice trailed off, the weight of our reality crashing down again, pulling me under. The stars felt like a cruel joke, shining down on a world torn asunder, indifferent to our plight. "I remember," Lena whispered, her voice softening. "When we used to lie on the rooftops, dreaming of a future untainted by blood." There was a wistfulness in her eyes, a flicker of what could have been, and it tore at my heart. But the world outside our fragile bubble was relentless. The sound of gunfire erupted again, this time closer, sharper. The sounds of shouting voices filled the air, drowning out our memories. "We need to move," Marcus urged, stepping toward the alley's mouth. "Now." "Where?" I asked, panic rising within me. The walls were closing in, the city a labyrinth of shadows and fears, a place where hope felt like a fading ember. "Anywhere but here," he replied, a tremor in his voice betraying the bravery he wore like armor. As we fled, the streets morphed into a blur of color and sound. The faces of strangers contorted into masks of fear, anger, and betrayal. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating, wrapping around us like a vice. Each step echoed with the heartbeat of the city, a rhythm steeped in fear and fury, love and loss. I remember the way the moon hung low in the sky, like a watchful eye, a reminder that darkness was not just a canvas but a force that could consume us all. I could hear Lena's breaths, quick and shallow, matching the cadence of the chaos around us. And in that moment, amidst the shadows and the uncertainty, I understood the truth we had all tried to ignore: the fragile alliances we clung to were precarious threads in a tapestry of conflict. Each choice we made, each alliance forged, could lead to salvation or destruction. As the sirens grew louder, a haunting lullaby that signaled our descent into chaos, I felt the weight of our decisions pressing down on me. In a world where hope flickered like a dying flame, the stakes had never been higher. We were standing on the precipice, the abyss yawning wide beneath us, but the fight for our lives was just beginning. And with every breath, every heartbeat, the city pulsed with a promise of change, a promise that would either shatter us or set us free. The air hung thick, suffocating, as the clock struck midnight. The sound echoed through the empty halls of the grand castle, like the tolling of a death knell. Shadows danced upon the stone walls, flickering in the dim light of sputtering candles, their wavering flames mirroring the uncertainty that loomed over the kingdom. Outside, the chill of the night wrapped itself around the land, a cloak of despair that seemed to seep into every heart. Within those walls, 3 souls stood on the precipice of a decision that would shape their lives forever, caught in the web of ambition, fear, and the relentless march of history. I remember the weight of the moment, the palpable tension that hung in the air like a storm about to break. Lady Elara, with her fiery auburn hair pulled tightly back, paced like a caged lioness. Her hands trembled, a stark contrast to her steely gaze. Once a beacon of hope, now a vessel of doubt, she could feel the pulse of the kingdom's despair thrumming in her chest. Each step was a reminder of the blood-soaked fields, the cries of the fallen echoing in her mind, haunting her dreams. "We cannot trust them," she insisted, her voice edged with an urgency that made the candle flames flicker. "They will betray us as they have done before, like shadows in the night." Across the room, Lord Cedric leaned against a cold stone pillar, arms crossed tightly over his chest, as if he could physically hold back the tide of conflict that threatened to engulf them all. He was a man torn between loyalty and ambition, a heart that beat for the kingdom yet yearned for power. I could see the struggle etched into the lines of his face, the way his jaw clenched as he fought to keep his emotions at bay. "Elara, think," he implored, his voice low, yet edged with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. The Treaty of Ashenvale could mean peace. We could finally end this bloodshed. But we need to swallow our pride. We need to play their game. It was a gamble, a dangerous dance with the devil, and I could feel the eyes of 1,000 ghosts watching, waiting for the outcome. Then there was Aidan, the youngest among them, with wild curls that framed his face like a halo or a noose. His innocence clashed violently with the grim reality surrounding them. He stood by the window, staring out into the night, his eyes reflecting a world he barely understood. "Why should we trust them?" he whispered to no one in particular, his voice a fragile thread in the heavy silence. The moonlight caught the slant of his brow, illuminating the worry etched into his youthful features. "What if they betray us? What if all of this is for nothing?" His words hung in the air like the scent of impending rain, heavy with the promise of change. In that moment, I remembered the stories my grandmother told me, the tales of treaties forged in blood, of promises made and broken, of kingdoms that rose and fell like the tides. The whispers of history had never felt so real, so immediate. I could almost hear the echoes of long-forgotten battles, the clash of swords ringing in my ears, a macabre symphony that accompanied their deliberations. The spectre of betrayal loomed, a ghostly reminder that history often spiraled into chaos. Elara turned, her eyes fierce with determination. "Do you want to live forever haunted by the ghosts of your choices?" she asked, her voice trembling with the weight of desperation. "What happens when the ink dries on this treaty? Will it matter if we're dead?" Every word was a dagger, piercing through the thick fog of hesitation that enveloped them. The truth was a knife that cut deep, and I could feel the agony of decisions unmade, choices hanging in the air like a suspended breath. Cedric stepped forward, the tension crackling like the imminent strike of lightning. "But what if this is our only chance?" The desperation in his voice was raw, a primal scream against the backdrop of history. "What if we let fear decide our fate and lose everything?" That was the crux of it, the haunting truth that gripped their hearts. Would they step into the shadows of uncertainty, or would they hold steadfast against the tide? And then there was silence, a silence so profound it felt as though the world had paused, holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. Each heartbeat echoed through the chamber, resonating with the weight of choices that would alter the fabric of their lives. The ghosts of the past intertwined with the hopes for the future, a chaotic dance of memory and desire. Outside, a storm brewed. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a fierce reminder of nature's wrath that mirrored the turmoil within their souls. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the castle for a heartbeat, revealing the myriad of emotions etched onto their faces: fear, doubt, hope, and an unyielding desire for something greater than themselves. Ilara, her cheeks flushed with passion, took a step forward. We cannot let our hearts be shackled by fear. If we sign this treaty, we sign away our right to fight for what is ours. Her voice rose, filling the room with an intensity that ignited the very air around them. We become nothing but pawns in their game. Each word dripped with urgency, her conviction wrapping around them like a cloak, drawing them closer to the edge. Aidan, his innocence shattered by the realities of war, finally spoke, his voice barely a whisper. But what if this is our only chance? The question hung in the air, twisting like a vine around their hearts, painful, beautiful, and so painfully real. The weight of his youth bore down on them, a reminder that the ideals of bravery and honor were often crushed under the weight of consequence. In that moment, history felt alive, a beast waiting to be tamed or unleashed. Each character teetered on the edge of a precipice, their choices echoing into the abyss of time. Time, that relentless tide, pushed against them, urging them forward into the unknown. And so, as the storm raged outside, the candle flames flickered, casting haunting shadows that whispered secrets too profound to comprehend. The Treaty of Ashenvale loomed, a beacon of hope wrapped in uncertainty. In the heart of the castle, among the shadows and the echoes of the past, destiny awaited them, a looming figure cloaked in the fabric of their choices. The moon hung low over the ancient city, casting a silver glow on the cobblestones slick with rain and desperation. Shadows danced among the flickering torches, whispering tales of betrayal and broken promises. I stood on the precipice of chaos, my heart racing like a war drum. The air was thick with tension, as if the very heavens themselves were holding their breath, awaiting the outcome of a meeting that could alter the course of kingdoms. Two figures approached from opposite ends of the square, one cloaked in the rich, dark fabric of a noble emissary, the other clad in the rough wool of a peasant, his face a canvas of hope and fear. I could feel their emotions crackling in the atmosphere around us, raw and electric. It was a meeting of worlds, power and vulnerability, ambition and desperation. They were like moths drawn to a flame, oblivious to the danger that flickered in the distance. Marcus, the nobleman, was a man who had been groomed for power, his silver tongue a weapon sharper than any sword. But behind those carefully crafted words was a heart teetering on the edge of a chasm. Was he driven by a desire for glory, or was it the weight of his family's legacy that forced him to walk this treacherous path? I remembered the moment he had first shared his dreams of conquest, the fire in his eyes, the intoxicating thrill of ambition. But all that glimmered was not gold. The specter of his father's expectations loomed large, twisting his dreams into chains. Then there was Ilara, the peasant girl whose dreams were forged in the fires of despair. Her life had been an unending cycle of survival, each day a battle against hunger and cruelty. She had a spark in her eyes, a fierce determination that shone brighter than the finest jewels. The city's rulers had forgotten her kind, their laughter echoing in grand halls while she toiled and wept in the shadows. When she spoke of change, of a world where the rich did not feast on the bones of the poor, I felt my heart ache with an unfathomable yearning for justice. But could she trust Marcus? Could he see beyond his gilded cage? The square trembled as they met, their worlds colliding in a moment that felt both monumental and fleeting. Silence wrapped around us like a shroud, thickening with every heartbeat. I could see the words caught in their throats, a battle of wills disguised as diplomacy. They were not merely exchanging pleasantries but negotiating the very essence of their existence. The stakes were not just kingdoms or gold, they were lives, dreams, the very fabric of humanity woven into every sentence. I want a better world for my people, Ilara declared, her voice cracking like thunder against the serene night. The intensity of her conviction sent shivers down my spine. I want us to live, not just survive. Her words hung in the air, a haunting echo that seemed to reach beyond time, resonating with anyone who had ever dared to hope for something more. The vulnerability in her voice tugged at the corners of my heart, a reminder of my own struggles, the dreams I had buried beneath the weight of reality. Marcus's gaze flickered, uncertainty etched across his face. "And what do you think I can offer?" he asked, his tone edged with the bitterness of betrayal. "Do you think I can simply rip apart the fabric of society? The lords will never accept such a change." His shoulders sagged under the weight of his own disillusionment, and in that moment, I saw a man divided, the nobleman yearning for the throne, yet plagued by the ghosts of his own conscience. Then what is the point of your power? Ilara shot back, flames igniting in her eyes. To uphold a system that suffocates the very souls that built this city. I felt the air crackle, a palpable tension that threatened to shatter the fragile truce. They were two warriors in a battle not of swords but of ideals, their hearts laid bare in the open night. I remember the stories whispered among the fires, tales of ancient emissaries who danced on the knife's edge of war, their fate swaying like leaves in the wind. Diplomacy was an art, a dangerous game where words sang like arrows and silence could be a death sentence. The ancient Greeks, the Romans, all had their champions of dialogue, but their methods were often laced with blood. In a world where trust was as fleeting as the wind, the weight of a promise could crush the spirit of the bravest. Yet here they stood, two souls caught in the throes of an ancient practice, each word a step on a path fraught with peril. I felt the tension rise, a storm gathering at the edges of their confrontation. I could almost taste the bitterness of betrayal, the sweet nectar of hope swirling together in a heady brew. They were fighting not just for their own futures but for a legacy far larger than themselves. And then, as if the universe had conspired to pit them against one another, a figure emerged from the shadows, a specter of chaos cloaked in malice. The tension snapped like a bowstring, and the confrontation morphed into a dance of life and death. The nobleman and the peasant stood together, united in fear, in a moment that felt both fleeting and eternal. Their fates intertwined, bound by the very threads of diplomacy. The chill of uncertainty washed over me as I watched them face the darkness, hearts pounding in the silent night. Would they emerge as champions of their people, or would they succumb to the weight of the world's cruelty? Time stretched, the clock of fate ticking slowly, painfully. Each breath felt like a prayer, a desperate plea for justice and understanding. As they prepared to confront this new threat, I realized something profound. Their struggle was not merely a reflection of their own lives, but a resonance of humanity itself. The stakes were higher than kingdoms, they were the very essence of existence, the relentless pursuit of hope in the face of despair. And in that dark, tumultuous moment, I knew the threads of their destinies would weave together, for better or for worse, as the cosmos held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of wills. The room was suffocating. A single flickering candle fought against the shadows, casting grotesque shapes along the stone walls, faces twisted in agony, mouths screaming in silence. Each breath felt heavy with the weight of unspoken words, the air thick with fear, and the smell of damp earth. In this moment, everything hung in the balance, a taut string poised to snap. I could hear the pounding of my heart, a drumbeat of dread that echoed the urgency in the room. Maria stood at the center, eyes wide, trembling like a leaf caught in an unforgiving storm. She had always been the stronger one, but now, her resolve was crumbling like the very walls that surrounded us. The treaty lay sprawled before her, parchment yellowed with age, ink smudged, a promise forged in desperation and blood. "If we don't agree, they will destroy everything," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread that threatened to unravel at any moment. Across from her, Thomas was a cauldron of conflicting emotions. He loved her fiercely, yet the words of their ancestors echoed in his mind, a haunting warning. "But it's a trap. It's a betrayal." He clenched his fists, knuckles white, the anger boiling within him, his heart pounding with the rhythm of defiance. "We fought too hard to let this happen. We can't trust them." Each word struck like a hammer, the weight of history crashing down, suffocating reason under its relentless pressure. The treaty, with its elegant script promising peace, felt like a vicious joke. It was a ghostly whisper of compromise, an agreement that thrummed with the pulse of betrayal, a bitter pill coated in honey. Only the naive would believe it could quell the violence that had seeped into the soil of their homeland. The very air crackled with the tension of their unresolved conflict, a storm brewing in their chests. I remember the night spent by the fire, how we laughed, how we dreamed of a world free from conflict. Maria's voice trembled. "We can have that again, Thomas." She reached for him, her fingers brushing against his, but he flinched, as if burned. The flickering flame cast 1,000 shadows, each one a reminder of the choices that had led them here, and the ghosts of their fallen comrades whispered warnings that sent chills racing down his spine. "Dreams don't feed the hungry," he spat, the taste of bitterness coating his tongue. "Look around you. This place is a graveyard for hope." The words hung in the air, heavy and oppressive. The flickering candlelight caught the glint of tears in Maria's eyes, a reflection of a heart fractured between loyalty and love. The clock on the mantel ticked ominously, each second a reminder of the time they had left to make a decision. As the hands crept towards midnight, the weight of inevitability settled like a shroud over them. "It's just a piece of paper," Thomas murmured, but even he could hear the doubt threading through his voice. "But it binds us, Maria. It binds us to them." "I know," she whispered, "but we have to believe that hope is worth fighting for, even if it's a lie." Her fingers grazed the parchment, a sacrificial offering to a god they had long abandoned. The ink felt cold beneath her touch, a silent testament to all the broken promises that had led them to this moment. Then came the knock, sharp and loud, shattering the fragile silence like glass. Every muscle in their bodies tensed, a collective gasp escaping their lips. The shadows seemed to elongate, stretching toward the door, hungry and dark. "It's them," Thomas breathed, terror rolling off him in waves. "They know we're here." Maria's resolve hardened. "We have to face them. We can't let them dictate our future." There was a fire burning in her now, igniting the fear into something more potent, defiance. She turned to Thomas, her gaze fierce and unwavering. "Together. We can face them together." But in that moment, doubt clawed at the edges of Thomas's heart. He remembered the faces of those who had fallen, friends, family, each sacrifice weighing heavily on his soul. "What if this is our end?" he asked, a tremor in his voice betraying his bravado. "Then we go down fighting," she cried, her passion igniting the air around them. "I refuse to let fear bind us. We have to choose our fate, we cannot let it choose us." A flicker of resolve ignited in Thomas's chest, battling against the chilling fear that threatened to overtake him. The knock came again, this time a steady rhythm, relentless as the waves crashing against a cliff. "They won't wait forever," Maria said, stepping toward the door, each stride echoing with purpose, the weight of their decision heavy upon her shoulders. "You can stay here, Thomas, but I will not hide from them." With that, she grasped the handle, the cold metal biting into her palm, and in that moment, everything narrowed down to a single breath, a single heartbeat. Their gazes locked, a silent plea exchanged between them, a promise that whatever happened next, they would not face it alone. The door creaked open, revealing a world shrouded in shadows, the figures of men cloaked in darkness, their intentions as inscrutable as the night itself. Maria's breath hitched, the air thick with tension, and Thomas stood, torn between love and fear, uncertainty and courage. The treaty lay forgotten on the table, a relic of hope overshadowed by the dark reality that loomed before them. The candle flickered, a heartbeat in the silence, and in that moment, destiny hung in the air, waiting, just waiting, as the clock continued to tick. The wind howled through the narrow streets of the city, slicing like a blade, and the sky churned with a menacing darkness that mirrored the tension brewing in the hearts of its citizens. I stood on the edge of the marketplace, where the scent of roasted meat mingled with the bitter tang of fear, a cocktail so intoxicating it made my head spin. A small crowd gathered, faces drawn tight, eyes flickering between anxiety and determination. It was a moment poised on the brink, everything could change, and yet nothing felt different at all. In the thick of this palpable unrest, I spotted Clara, her hands trembling as she clutched a crumpled parchment, the treaty. She was a beacon of hope wrapped in a shroud of uncertainty, eyes aflame with the desperation that had rooted itself deep within her. "They don't understand," she cried, voice breaking, piercing through the murmur of the crowd. "This treaty," her voice a desperate whisper, "it won't save us. It's a bandage on a wound that runs deeper than any ink can touch." I remembered the first time she spoke of the treaty, her voice a hushed secret shared between friends, the way her hope clung to each word like a lifeline. But now, she was lost in the shadows of betrayal and fear. The treaty was not simply a document, it was a mirror reflecting the fractured soul of our society. It spoke of peace, yet echoed with the clamor of discontent. Clara stood upon the precipice of despair, her heart pounding under the weight of what was to come. Across the square, I saw a familiar figure, a man draped in shadows, Lucas, his eyes darkened by a history too painful to recount. He was an artist, once vibrant and alive, now a hollow shell of his former self, haunted by the ghosts of his past. The treaty had promised stability, yet for Lucas, it was a canvas smeared with the remnants of broken dreams. The colors of his existence had dulled, and the promise of a better tomorrow felt like a cruel joke. "They've taken everything," he muttered to himself, rage simmering just beneath the surface. "They think we'll bow, that we'll accept their terms because they've penned them in fine script." I stepped closer, drawn to the tension that radiated from him like heat from a fire. "What does it mean for us, Lucas?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is there truly a way forward?" He turned to me, eyes wild, igniting a flicker of recognition. "Forward? There is no forward when the past is a chain around your neck. They wear their treaties like masks, hiding the rot beneath." Each word was a dagger, thrusting deeper into the festering wound of our reality. The air thickened with unspoken truths, the weight of history pressing down upon us, suffocating. I grasped at the threads of their emotions, feeling each heartbeat echo through the crowd. The voices rose and fell like waves crashing against a cliff, a symphony of despair and defiance. "Look around!" Clara shouted, her voice cracking but resolute. "This treaty is a reflection of us. Of who we have become. A society that sacrifices its integrity for a fleeting promise of peace." Her words cut through the air, raw and bleeding, the intensity palpable. The crowd stirred, some nodding in agreement, faces lit with the flickering light of recognition. Others recoiled, fear clawing at their throats. Doubt twisted through the air like a noose, tightening around their hearts. I felt it too, the gnawing uncertainty, the gnashing of ideals against the reality of our existence. The treaty, meant to unite us, had instead unfurled a rift. As the moment stretched on, shadows shifted, and I sensed the tension building, wrapping around us as tightly as a shroud. Clara's voice rose again, a clarion call to those lost in the fog of complacency. Do we allow ourselves to be shackled by their words? Or do we rise, unbound, to reclaim our narrative? The way her spirit ignited a flicker of something, hope, rebellion, courage, was a spark in the jungle of despair. But Lucas remained anchored in his desolation, the weight of his past a gnarled root pulling him deeper into the earth. "Hope," he spat, bitter as the dregs of a forgotten cup. "Hope is a mirage in a desert of lies." His voice curled around us, thick and choking, yet laced with a vulnerability that made my heart ache. He too was a reflection of our society, bound by the scars of history yet yearning for transcendence, a struggle that echoed through every soul present. In that moment, I understood, the treaty wasn't just an agreement, it was a product of our pain, our triumphs, our relentless push against the dark. We were a tapestry woven with despair and defiance, fragile yet resilient. Clara's hands, shaking yet resolute, lifted the parchment into the air like a flag of war. "We can rewrite our story," she cried, and the crowd surged forward, a living wave of emotion. I could feel the energy crackle, an electric charge surging through the air. Lucas, torn between his demons, felt the pull of the crowd's hope, a lifeline thrown to a drowning man. "Can we truly," he murmured, voice tinged with longing, "rewrite our story?" The air quivered, pregnant with possibility. Clara's eyes met his, and for a fleeting moment, the chasm between despair and hope narrowed. I held my breath, the world around us fading into an endless echo. Time seemed to fold, a cosmic dance of stars and shadows, dreams and nightmares swirling together in a vortex of potential. And then the moment shattered, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, and in the midst of it, I could see Clara, a fierce determination igniting her spirit, while Lucas stood at the edge, haunted yet captivated by the light she emanated. I felt the weight of their struggles, the echoes of countless souls yearning for a future free from the chains of a past that threatened to consume them. The intensity surged, the air thick with the promise of confrontation, of an emotional climax that would either bind us together or tear us apart. I could feel it in my bones, the urgency of it all, the need for resolution, for action. The treaty loomed before us, a specter of our societal values, whispering secrets and lies, beckoning us to confront the very essence of who we were. In that charged moment, I realized the truth: every heartbeat, every breath, every whisper and shout was a testament to our collective struggle. The treaty, with its promises and betrayals, had become a mirror reflecting the raw, sometimes ugly, yet undeniably beautiful essence of humanity. And as the world around us trembled on the brink of change, I knew, this was not just a battle for a document, it was a fight for our very souls. The air crackles, thick with desperation. A single bead of sweat snakes down Alejandro's brow, pooling in the hollow of his collar, soaking the fabric, a testament to the heat, the chaos, the weight of a world teetering on the brink. He stands there, heart pounding, in the heart of the marketplace, where the colors of life bleed into one another, vibrant as a bruise but as fragile as the promises made in whispers. The cacophony of haggling voices pierces through the thick, humid air, each shout, each desperate plea echoing in his ears like the toll of a distant bell, calling him to bear witness. Trade! Trade, they shout, their hands waving like frantic birds. As if the act of exchanging goods could mend the rift that has opened up between their hopes and reality. The stalls, brimming with the bounty of the earth, ripe tomatoes, glimmering fish, golden grains, stand in stark contrast to the hunger gnawing in the bellies of the desperate. Alejandro's fingers twitch, clenched into fists. He's been here before, feeling the weight of the world pressing down, but today, it feels as if the air itself is suffocating him. He glances to the edge of the market, where Sophia stands, her eyes wide, searching the faces around her. He knows that look well, it's the look of a woman trying to find hope in the wreckage of dreams. She's always been the optimistic one, the dreamer, while he's the realist, burdened with the knowledge that dreams don't pay for bread. Her hair dances around her shoulders, catching the sun like threads of gold, but today, it's her heart he sees, laid bare, open, vulnerable. They don't know what's coming, and the thought twists something deep in his gut. Everything has a price, she murmurs to herself, as if repeating a mantra could change the world. But he knows, he's learned from bitter experience, that there are costs which run deeper than currency, debts that can't be settled with mere gold. The rich grow richer, their pockets lined with the spoils of exploitation, while the poor scrape by, their hands calloused and empty. The ground shakes beneath them, a reminder of the rumbles of discontent that flit through the air like a ghost. The whispers of revolution, of change, linger in the corners of the market, a silent storm gathering strength. Alejandro knows that storms don't just change the weather, they uproot lives, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The thought claws at him, but he can't look away. Not from her. Not from the way she still believes that justice could ever be served in a world so cruel. Look, he says, breaking the spell of silence, his voice a low rumble. We can't keep doing this. We can't keep hoping. It feels like a confession, an admission of defeat. His words hang between them, heavy as lead. He watches her face crumble, the flicker of despair in her eyes slicing through him like a dagger. People are suffering, Sophia. There's nothing we can trade that will fix that. But it's not hopeless, she insists, her voice a thin thread of passion caught in the wind. There's always a way to change things, to fight against the system. We can rally the people, appeal to the merchants, he barks, laughter bitter on his tongue. They're the ones profiting from this mess. They turn a blind eye while we bleed. You think they care about our struggle? Every resource they hoard tightens their grip on power. All we've ever been is fodder for their greed. The silence that follows is deafening, an abyss where hope once flourished. She looks away, and he hates himself for shattering her spirit, yet he knows the truth is a weight they must bear. His heart aches for her, for the dreams that flicker like dying embers in her eyes. He remembers a time when they spoke of a future where both of them would rise from the ashes of their struggles, hand in hand, but those conversations feel like shadows of a distant past, elusive and haunting. And then there's Miguel, a spectre of a man who lurks at the fringes of this tale. A smuggler by trade, yet an idealist at heart, he's tangled in a web of contradictions. He's seen both sides of the coin, caught between the hunger of his own family and the plight of the laborers he represents. Every deal he makes is a shot in the dark, a gamble that could either feed a family or push another into the gutter. Miguel has come to accept the chaos of the system, his soul wrapped tightly around the reality that survival often comes with a price tag. As he watches the desperate faces in the crowd, he feels the weight of their stories pressing down on him, a suffocating blanket that steals the breath from his lungs. Yet it's Sophia's vibrant spirit that lingers in his thoughts, a stark contrast to the shadows that threaten to consume him. She's a lighthouse in a storm, but how long can the light last amidst the rising tide of despair? Every transaction is a gamble, he mutters to himself, fingers tracing the edge of a worn coin in his pocket. I can't save them all. But the guilt gnaws at him, relentless, an ever-present reminder that the very resources he trades could either save a life or damn countless others to suffering. The cycle is vicious, spinning faster as the economic factors tighten their grasp, trade routes disrupted, resources dwindling, wealth concentrated in the hands of a few. The moment stretches, a taut string ready to snap. Alejandro and Sophia stand locked in their own emotional battlefield, each heartbeat a reminder of the pain and passion that seethe beneath the surface. Time slips away, the future blurred into uncertainty, yet the past haunts them like a ghost, a whispering echo of choices made and paths not taken. Hope is a heavy burden, Alejandro finally admits, his voice barely above a whisper, but the weight of his words resonates through the air. He looks into Sophia's eyes, searching for the flicker that once ignited their dreams. But it's the only thing we have left. And in that moment, with the marketplace surrounding them, their lives entwined in a web of economic forces beyond their control, the raw intensity of their struggle seeps into every crack. The shadows grow longer, the clock in the distance ticks ominously, counting down to a destiny that feels inexorable, yet uncertain. Each second stretches like an eternity, and as darkness looms, they know they must rise together, or risk being swallowed whole. The confrontation is coming, the storm is gathering, and as the marketplace holds its breath, they stand on the precipice, ready to challenge the very forces that seek to divide them. The air hung thick with the stench of sweat and uncertainty, a pungent reminder that peace was a fragile illusion, forever teetering on the precipice of chaos. A single flickering candle cast wavering shadows on the stone wall, each flicker whispering secrets long buried. I stood in the heart of the treaty hall, the oppressive weight of history pressing against my chest, a relentless drumbeat of reverberating tension, as the leaders gathered, each one a storm of ambition and fear, hope and despair. I remember the moment when the doors creaked open, throwing a sliver of cold light into the room. It was then that I first saw Alexander, his face a map of rugged determination, eyes ablaze with a mixture of desperation and resolve. The crown he wore was heavy, not just with gold but with the weight of his people's expectations. With each step he took, the ground seemed to tremble beneath him, as if the very earth was aware of the stakes at hand. He was a lion, fierce and proud, yet beneath that ferocity lay a vulnerability that made my heart ache. In stark contrast stood Ilara, her presence like a silent storm. She was not merely a leader but a tempest, wild, unpredictable, yet undeniably captivating. Her dark hair cascaded around her shoulders like night itself, framing a face that betrayed nothing and everything. Her people needed her to be the anchor in turbulent waters, yet inside, she felt like a ship adrift, battling tempestuous waves. Her hands trembled slightly, a whisper of her internal conflict, and I wanted to reach out, to reassure her that she was not alone in this fight. And then there was Magnus, the king with a heart like a clenched fist. He stood at the far end of the room, arms crossed, an impenetrable fortress. The scars that marred his knuckles told tales of battles fought, not just against enemies but against himself. He was a man caught in the web of his own making, woven tightly with threads of revenge and loss. He had lost so much, and every ounce of hope felt like a betrayal, a cruel jest played by the gods. I could see it in his eyes, that flicker of something deeper, longing, perhaps. A desire to hold his people in his arms, to shield them from the storm, but the demons were loud, roaring louder than the cries for peace. The silence was suffocating, a palpable tension wrapping around us like a noose. Each leader stood on the precipice of their own choices, yet all of them were bound by a shared destiny. I could feel it, thrumming in the air, a heartbeat. The treaty would either bind them together or tear them apart, and as the moment stretched, the weight of their decisions loomed like a dark cloud. We stand here on the brink of salvation or destruction, Alexander's voice resonated through the chamber, each word laced with an urgency that echoed the very heartbeat of the land they fought for. Yet we speak as if we are already ghostly remnants of what could have been. Do we not owe it to our people to at least try? The words hung in the air, a challenge, a plea. Ilara's gaze pierced through the flickering shadows, locking onto Alexander's, a silent acknowledgement of the burden they both carried. I saw the glimmer of something in her eyes, a flicker of hope. But Magnus scoffed, the sound sharp and jagged, as if he were cutting through the very fabric of their unity. Hope? Hope is a luxury we cannot afford. My lands lie in ruin, my people suffer. You speak of peace, but what of the blood that stains our soil? Can we wash that away with mere words? His voice cracked, revealing the pain buried beneath the bravado, a father's anguish woven with the threads of lost lives. Blood begets blood, Ilara whispered, and her words felt like a prayer. But what if we choose a different path? Can we not at least strive for a world where our children do not bear the weight of our mistakes? The tension twisted in the air, palpable and tangible, as if the walls themselves held their breath, waiting for someone to shatter the silence. The candle flickered, and in that moment, time felt suspended, an eternity captured in a heartbeat. Each leader stood as a reflection of their people, a mirror of the tumult that raged within them. They were warriors, yes, but they were also dreamers, caught in a world that demanded sacrifice, yet offered no guarantees. In that eerie silence, I felt the ghosts of their ancestors lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting. They were the silent witnesses to the cycle of violence, generations of hatred that had carved scars deep into the fabric of their lands. The stakes were high, and yet the price of failure felt infinitely greater, their souls heavy with the burden of what would come next. I could see it drifting in the air, an unnameable tension, the promise of a decision that would echo through the corridors of time. Would they forge an alliance, or would they collapse into the chaos that loomed like a distant storm on the horizon? The very essence of their beings coiled tightly around the fragile thread of peace, and I felt myself holding my breath, the anticipation thrumming in my veins. Sign the treaty, Alexander urged, the plea raw and desperate. Together, we can shape a future that honors our past while nurturing our present. We can be the architects of a new world. But Magnus's eyes darkened with suspicion, the shadows of doubt creeping in. And what guarantees do you offer? Words have no weight, no power against the reality of our blooded histories. Ilara stepped forward, her voice a soft yet defiant whisper. What of trust? What of the dreams we dare not dream? We owe it to ourselves to at least try. Thus, the room pulsed with emotion, a crescendo of conflicting desires and fears, and I felt the very fabric of possibility stretch and strain under the intensity of their desires. And just as the candle flickered once more, threatening to extinguish, I understood then that their choices were not mere words on parchment but the essence of their souls laid bare, their vulnerabilities exposed in the flickering light, aching for understanding. As the tension thickened, it felt as though the cosmos leaned closer, holding its breath, waiting for a spark, a moment that could ignite hope or plunge them deeper into despair. The air crackled, heavy with anticipation, and the ground itself seemed to quiver, whispering secrets of the past while beckoning toward an uncertain future, leaving us all teetering on the edge of what could be, and what might shatter into darkness. The thunder roared, a cacophony that swallowed the low murmurs of the crowd gathered beneath the ancient stone archway. Rain pelted down, drumming on the rooftops like 1,000 anxious hearts beating in unison. The air thick with the scent of damp earth and something darker, something that whispered of old betrayals and ancient pacts. I stood there, soaked to the bone, and felt the weight of 1,000 prayers pressing upon my chest, smothering me, each one a cry for mercy or vengeance. In that moment, I caught sight of Ilara, her eyes wild and shimmering like the surface of a stormy sea. She was clutching a tattered scroll, the edges frayed and stained, the ink smudged with the tears of those who had come before us, the desperate, the hopeful. You don't understand, she shouted, her voice breaking through the tumult of wind. They've twisted the words. The treaties, they mean nothing to them now. It's all a lie. I felt the tremor of her fear ripple through me, as if her anguish had seeped into my bones. I'd known Ilara since childhood, a fierce spirit caged in a fragile body, her laughter like sunlight shimmering on a river, but now it was shadowed by despair. She had always believed in the power of our traditions, the strength of our faith, but now those beliefs were crumbling, fracturing like the ground beneath our feet. Beside her was Tomos, his face illuminated by the sporadic flashes of lightning, each strike revealing the turmoil etched into his features. Ilara, stop, he urged, his voice low but urgent. Don't speak of things you cannot understand. The council is blind, she spat, her words sharp as shattered glass. You know it, Tomos. They've forgotten who we are. We are more than their rituals, their empty ceremonies. As the rain fell heavier, mingling with the sweat and tears that now lined my face, I could feel the weight of history pressing down upon us, a kaleidoscope of memories swirling like dust motes in the air. I remembered the stories passed down through generations, of spirits that walked among us, of the cosmic dance between the sacred and the profane. Those tales were supposed to bind us, to remind us of our place in the universe, but now they felt like chains, dragging us deeper into a pit of uncertainty. Tomos stepped closer, his body language shifting from defiance to concern. You're right to feel this way, but anger won't save us. The treaties were forged in blood, bound by promises made under the watchful eyes of the stars. Breaking them, his voice trailed off, a dark shadow creeping into his gaze. There are consequences. Ilara's breath hitched, her resolve faltering for just a moment. I could see it, the cracks in her armor, the fear that threatened to overcome her. Then what do you suggest? She whispered, her voice a fragile echo of its former strength. We stand idly by while they tear us apart? While they corrupt everything we hold sacred? The storm raged around us, a metaphor for the chaos spiraling within. I wanted to scream, to fight against the oppressive weight of the heavens, but I knew, deep down, that the real battle lay not in the storm but in the hearts of men, in the fervent beliefs that tethered us to this earth, a fragile thread of faith stretched too tightly, threatening to snap. As the rain turned to hail, sharp and relentless, I took a step forward, the ground slick beneath my feet. There must be a way, I said, not to them but to the cosmos, to the echoes of the ancestors whispering through the storm. There must be a way to reconcile our beliefs with the truth of our existence. We cannot let fear dictate our actions, the spirits will not forgive us. A crack of thunder split the sky, and for a heartbeat, everything froze, the world suspended, holding its breath. In that moment, I remembered a vision from my childhood, a dream of a forest drenched in silver moonlight, where the trees whispered secrets and shadows danced like phantoms. What if we called on the old ways? I proposed, my heart racing. What if we gathered the people, invoked the spirits, and demanded a reckoning? We can't allow them to silence us. Ilara's eyes flickered with something like hope, or maybe it was madness, and in that fleeting moment, I saw the girl she once was, the girl who danced barefoot in the meadows, who believed in magic and miracles. You think they will listen? She asked, the tremor in her voice betraying her. You think they'll heed our call? Do you have a better idea? Tomos shot back, anger cutting through his worry. Do you want to stand by while they sacrifice our truths to their gods of greed? The air crackled with tension, a storm of emotion swirling around us, the weight of our choices pressing down like the heavy rain. I could feel the fear coiling in my gut, like a serpent ready to strike, but I also felt the stirrings of determination begin to rise, a light flickering against the dark. Then we fight, I declared, my voice steady and resolute, echoing in the tempest that raged around us. We fight not just for ourselves but for every soul that has ever believed, for every spirit that has walked this earth. Ilara nodded, and for the first time, a spark of defiance ignited in her eyes. Tomos stepped closer, his hand gripping mine, grounding me, his warmth a reminder that we were not alone in this. The rain poured on, relentless as our resolve. I could still hear the whispers of the past, the souls of our ancestors urging us forward, urging us to reclaim what was lost. The storm would not last forever, but we, the flame of belief, the heartbeat of hope, would endure. And as we stood there, united in our defiance, the shadows of doubt began to recede, revealing a path illuminated by the flickering lights of faith and fury. The air was electric with possibility, and the thunder echoed our resolve. We were on the brink of something monumental, something that would alter the fabric of our existence forever. This was not just a fight for treaties or traditions, it was a battle for our souls, our identities, our very essence. And as the storm raged on, we steeled ourselves for the confrontation to come, ready to face whatever horrors awaited us in the shadows, ready to confront the ghosts of our past, the ones we had long buried beneath layers of fear and silence. Our journey had only just begun. The wind howled through the jagged ruins, a mournful cry echoing the ghosts of the fallen. Somewhere, a child's laughter twisted into a scream, as if the past and the present were bleeding into one another. I stood there, the weight of a world on my shoulders, feeling the trembling ground beneath my feet. The acrid scent of smoke filled my nostrils, sharp and suffocating, a reminder that life once thrived here. Now, it was a graveyard of dreams, a silent witness to war's relentless hunger. I remember the night it began. The sky was an angry shade of crimson, the moon a witness to the chaos we had embraced. There was Sarah, her eyes burning with a resolve that could ignite the world, her heart a drumbeat of rebellion against a tyrant who sought to crush us all. She was the sister I never had, fierce and unyielding, her spirit as unbreakable as the chains we fought against. I watched her from the shadows, her hands clenched, a storm of emotions brewing within her. I, too, was a soldier, but my valor felt trampled under the weight of doubt. "I can't do this, Sarah," I whispered, my voice scarcely rising above the wind's wails. "What if we lose everything?" She turned to me, her face a canvas of defiance and despair, and the world around us faded into a blur. "What if we don't? What if this is our chance? Every heartbeat counts, every breath matters. We owe it to them. We owe it to ourselves." The resolve in her voice ignited something deep within me. I remembered the stories our mother told, tales of heroes rising from the ashes, of courage amidst the chaos. But stories, I learned, are often veils that hide the ugliness of reality. They romanticize the aftermath of war, painting a picture of glory and valor, but they forget the grief, the blood, the lives torn apart. And then there was Eli, my brother in arms, a man whose laughter once filled this hollow shell of a city. Now, he was a shadow, a specter haunted by memories that flickered like dying embers in the night. "We wanted to be heroes," he said, the words tumbling from his lips like stones. "But what if we end up as ghosts?" I could see it in his eyes, the fear gnawing at his soul. I ached for him, for the parts of himself he had buried beneath the weight of survival. Every smile he wore felt like a mask, hiding the agony of loss, his home, his family, his innocence. I remember holding his gaze, a silent promise binding us. "We fight for them, Eli. For every child who won't know laughter. For every mother who won't feel her child's warmth again. We fight because there is no other choice. But choices in war feel like cruel deceptions. Each decision carved a path filled with thorns, leading us deeper into the heart of suffering. We became warriors, but at what cost?" I could hardly recognize the man I was before the first shot rang out, before the ground trembled with the weight of despair. The night of the first battle was etched into my memory, vivid and unyielding. Explosions lit up the sky like grotesque fireworks, illuminating the faces of the fallen. I heard screams, the sickening crunch of bodies colliding with the earth, and I felt the cold grip of fate tighten around my throat. I ran, each footfall reverberating with the echoes of those who would never run again. And all the while, I could feel Sarah's presence beside me, a specter of strength, urging me forward. "We cannot turn back," she said, her voice steady above the cacophony of chaos. "We owe it to the ones who believed in us." But what did it mean to believe? To fight for a cause that felt as intangible as the clouds drifting above. I looked at Eli, whose face was carved from stone, and I knew we were teetering on the edge of something dark and devastating. The aftermath of war is a silence that screams louder than the gunfire. It's a cacophony of broken lives, shattered dreams, and guilt that burrows into your bones. Months later, as we sifted through the rubble of what was once our home, I realized that we were not heroes. We were ghosts trapped in a cycle of violence, haunted by the faces of those we had lost. Eli fell into darkness, drowning in the nightmares that clawed at his sanity. I watched helplessly as he fought his own war, one without borders and without allies. I remember the last time I saw him, he stood at the precipice, a 1,000-yard stare etched into his features. "What do we do now?" he whispered, and in that moment, I saw the fragility of hope flicker like a candle in the wind. "Together," I said, but even as the words left my mouth, doubt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. What did together mean when the world felt so impossibly fractured? Sarah, on the other hand, was a fire that refused to be extinguished. She rallied the remnants of our shattered community, her spirit a rallying cry amidst the ashes. We rebuild, she declared, her voice echoing through the ruins. We remember, and we rise. As I watched her rally the broken, the questioning, the fearful, something deep within me began to thaw. We weren't just survivors, we were witnesses, each of us carrying our own scars, each of us yearning to heal. But healing is as fragile as glass, and the winds of war are relentless, always shifting, always threatening to shatter us once more. In the end, war doesn't only take lives. It takes pieces of souls, carving out voids that never truly heal. As I stand here, amidst the whispers of the past and the echoes of pain, I know that this is not the end. It is merely a passage, a moment suspended in time, the calm before the storm, a reminder that the roll of war is far from over. I feel the weight of their eyes upon me, the ones who cannot speak, the ones who were silenced. I carry them with me, a burden as heavy as a mountain, a reminder that the fight is not just for survival, but for meaning, for connection, for the flicker of hope amidst the darkness. And as long as I breathe, their stories will not fade. They will ripple through the fabric of this world, echoing into the future, a haunting melody of what was and what may yet be. The heavy air felt electric, crackling with the weight of unspoken words. A lone candle flickered in the dim light of the chamber, shadows waltzing on stone walls like ghosts reenacting an ancient tragedy. Outside, the night was alive, whispering secrets of the past while the moon clung to the horizon, a witness to the chaos brewing within. Every breath was a heartbeat, every heartbeat a reminder that time was slipping away. I remember the moment when everything shifted, the tension thick enough to choke, the air torn by the sound of a door bursting open. In stormed Emilia, her auburn hair wild, eyes ablaze with a mix of fury and desperation. "You can't trust them," she shouted, voice trembling yet fierce. She was the embodiment of every fierce spirit I had ever admired, passionate, flawed, deeply human. Fear was her shadow, dancing close but never consuming her. Beside her stood Marcus, tall and brooding, a man shaped by scars both visible and hidden. He watched her, heartache etched across his rugged features. "We don't have a choice, Emilia," he said, his voice like gravel, each word heavy with regret. He was caught in the crosshairs of loyalty and love, torn between the people he had sworn to protect and the woman who lit a fire in his soul. I remember the silence that followed, a silence so profound it felt like the world was holding its breath. Outside, the city resonated with distant murmurs of unrest, an undercurrent of dread that had seeped into the very stones beneath our feet. The treaty was more than parchment and ink, it was a fragile thread that could unravel with a single misstep. Emilia stepped closer, the flickering candlelight casting an ethereal glow on her face. "You think they care about us? About our people? This is a game to them, a chessboard where we are mere pawns." Her voice cracked, and I could see the weight of her ancestors pressing down on her, a lineage of warriors who had fought and bled for their freedom. Every fiber of her being screamed for justice, a raw, unyielding force that tugged at my heart. "Sometimes," Marcus replied, his voice barely a whisper, "we must play the game to survive." His eyes held a storm, a tempest of guilt and resolve, as he gestured toward the parchment laid out on the table, its edges tattered like the hopes we clung to. In that moment, I felt the pull of their stories, of battles fought, of dreams shattered, of the sprawling tapestry of lives intertwined with fate. As the candle sputtered, casting long shadows, I became acutely aware of the clock ticking in the corner, a relentless reminder that time was not on our side. Each tick echoed like a heartbeat, a countdown to the inevitable. I remembered all the dreams I thought I had lost, the nights I lay awake wondering if peace was a delusion we chased through a haze of blood and sorrow. Emilia's eyes burned fiercely as she continued, "Peace at any cost is a lie, Marcus. You know that better than anyone." Her hand flew to her chest, as if to quell the storm raging within. "What will you give up? Your honor? Your soul?" Marcus flinched as if struck. "You're asking me to choose between my people and my heart. I can't do that." The vulnerability in his voice cut deeper than any blade, a raw wound exposed to the cruel air of reality. I remembered the weight of choices, the suffocating grip of expectations, the moments where love felt like a betrayal. The candle flickered again, a desperate dance, and for a fleeting second, I thought of the universe, its vastness, its indifference. Here we were, three souls caught in a web of history, while galaxies spun above us, unaware of our struggle. I could almost hear the stars laughing, a cosmic joke played on those of us trapped in the mundane. Every day we wait, they grow stronger, Emilia said, her voice rising, a crescendo of passion. They are shadows, Marcus, shadows that will devour us if we do not act. The desperation in her eyes mirrored a wild storm, the kind that threatens to rend the very fabric of existence. I felt the urge to reach out, to pull her from the edge of despair, but the chasm between us yawned, deep and dark. Marcus stepped forward, his hands trembling. "And what do you propose?" "To march into the night, swords drawn, and hope for a miracle. We need allies. We need their support." Each word was steeped in a bitterness that spoke of too many sacrifices. I felt the ache of every lost friend, every betrayal that lingered in the air like a ghost. Emilia's face crumpled at his words, anguish spilling from her like a shattered vase. "I cannot watch you bargain with our lives like they are mere coins. You make it sound so simple, but it's not. It's our future." The air crackled again, thick with emotion, and I could sense the unyielding tide of their collision, the wave of love and loyalty crashing against the jagged rocks of reality. In that moment, I felt the universe contract, all of us pulled together in a single heartbeat, bound by fear, hope, and the desperate need for a flicker of light in the darkness. "Then we must find another way," Marcus finally said, his voice softening, reaching for her like a lifeline. "Together." It was a promise whispered amidst the storm, an echo of dreams yet to be realized. The flickering candle illuminated the truth that lay between them, love tainted by duty, passion clashing with reason. Around us, the shadows loomed larger, pressing in like a tightening noose, while outside the city burned bright with uncertainty, a tempest brewing just beyond the walls. I knew then, in that moment of fragile connection, that their story was far from over. The parchment remained untouched, the ink barely dry, as the night stretched before us like a canvas waiting for our brushstrokes, possibilities swirling in the ether, pregnant with tension. I remember the flicker of hope entwined with despair, the relentless heartbeat of the cosmos echoing through my veins. And as the candle flickered its last light, the shadows danced in chaotic beauty, whispering tales of the future waiting to be written. Time hung suspended, each moment a thread woven into the fabric of our lives, pulling us inexorably toward a climax that would change everything. The clock struck midnight, its chime reverberating through the stillness of the town square, echoing like a heartbeat in the damp air. Shadows danced beneath the flickering street lamps, where fear and uncertainty twisted together. In the thick of the night, whispers snaked through the streets. It was palpable, a collective breath held tight, waiting for something, anything, to break the silence. I remember standing there, heart racing, the weight of 1,000 eyes pressing against my back. The treaty loomed over us like a phantom, a promise and a threat wrapped in the same shroud. It was a fragile thing, this agreement, like glass trembling on the edge of a table. One jolt, one wrong word, and it would shatter, leaving only jagged edges of what could have been. Myra stood beside me, her fingers trembling as she clutched the crumpled paper that held our fate. Her eyes, usually bright with laughter, now swallowed by shadows of doubt. "Do you think they'll listen?" she whispered, her voice so fragile it could shatter at any moment. I wanted to hold her, to tell her everything would be okay, but the truth curled in my gut, a serpent of dread. I had no answers, only the gnawing uncertainty that echoed through the streets like an ominous refrain. Across the square, Tobias's face was a mask of defiance. He was always the one to charge headfirst into the storm, but even he faltered in the face of the treaty. "We're not surrendering," he shouted into the night, his voice slicing through the thick fog of despair. "This is our chance." The conviction in his words was a fire, igniting hope in the hearts of those who gathered. But then, a chill swept through the crowd, a reminder of the ghosts that haunted our past. The shadows were not just memories, they were warnings. I remember the air thick with tension, as if the world itself held its breath, waiting for the next move. Myra's grip on the paper tightened, her knuckles white. "What if they don't care?" she asked, her voice trembling, quivering like a candle's flame on the brink of extinguishment. The vulnerability in her voice struck a chord deep within me. I wanted to tell her that they cared, that we mattered, but doubt clawed at my throat. The treaty, it felt like a cage, and we were inside, peering out at a world that felt so distant, so foreign. The crowd shifted, a wave of humanity caught between hope and despair. Each face told a story, fear etched in furrowed brows, anger in clenched fists. I saw mothers holding their children, each heartbeat a silent prayer for a future that felt nebulous, like mist. Will they keep their promises? The question hung in the air, a fragile thread ready to snap. Tobias surged forward, fueled by his need to protect, to shield us from the storm brewing within the hearts of men. We stand together. We fight together. His words were a balm, but even as they rolled off his tongue, the shadows loomed. I wanted to believe in him, in us, but the weight of history pressed down like a stone. The past had taught us harsh lessons. Every broken promise, every betrayal still echoed in our bones. I could feel it, the ghosts of citizens who had come before us, their dreams crushed beneath the boot of indifference. I remembered the tales whispered in the dark, of men who had sacrificed everything for freedom, only to find their voices drowned in the roar of power. We were caught in the web of their decisions, held hostage by the treaty that seemed to hold everything and offer nothing at once. Myra's breath hitched beside me, and I turned to her. What do we do if they reject us? I asked, my voice cracking under the weight of reality. The truth tasted bitter on my tongue. Deep down, we all knew, acceptance or denial, this treaty would change us. I can't go back to a world where we are powerless, she said, desperation creeping into her eyes. I can't. Then it happened, a silence, a moment suspended in time, that felt as heavy as lead. The crowd held its breath, hearts beating in sync, waiting for the inevitable turn. The weight of collective hope and dread burrowed into me, suffocating yet exhilarating. I could taste it, the tension like a storm brewing at the horizon, electric and terrifying. And then, the council emerged, cloaked figures moving like shadows toward the podium draped in fine velvet. Their faces were obscured, revealing nothing, yet everything. I felt the crowd surge, anticipation crackling in the air, hearts pounding like war drums. This was it, the moment where dreams and nightmares collided, where the future teetered on the edge of a blade. Citizens, one of them spoke, voice resonating like thunder, sending shivers down my spine. We have deliberated, the words felt like knives, slicing through the fragile fabric we had woven together in hope. But then came the catch, we must consider the greater good. The phrase washed over us, a tidal wave of dread. It was the mantra of those who held power, a chilling reminder that in their eyes, we were mere pawns in a game far beyond our understanding. I looked at Myra, and in that heartbeat, the world narrowed to just us, two hearts grappling with the enormity of it all. Would we be seen? Would we matter? Tobias stood resolute, his brow furrowed, but uncertainty flickered in his eyes. This was not just a treaty, it was a reflection of who we were, who we could be, and the haunting question remained, were we ready to face ourselves? As the council continued, their words a blur, all I could hear was the echo of our fears. The shadows around us grew long, swallowing our hopes whole. The clock continued to tick, time slipping through our fingers like sand, and I knew, deep down, this was only the beginning. The treaty would shape us, mold us, and as the ghosts of our past lingered in the corners of my mind, I realized that the true battle lay not just in what was agreed upon, but in the very essence of who we would become. The night stretched on, thick with tension, a prelude to something we could not yet grasp. And as the voices of the council faded into the night, the real question lingered in the air, could we unite, face our shadows, and emerge transformed, or were we doomed to repeat the mistakes of those who had come before us? The answer hung there, unspoken, a fragile thread waiting to be tugged. The air was thick with smoke, an acrid cloud that clawed at throats and stung eyes. The siren screamed in the distance, an unholy chorus of chaos and desperation, as if the very world had fractured under some unseen weight. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribs, an animal trapped in a cage of my own making. The horizon was stained with a fiery orange, the sky a warped canvas of destruction. Dark shadows twisted and danced, flickering as if they were alive, taunting me with what I could not save. I remember the moment vividly, Ben's face, a mask of horror, his eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears. "What did we do?" he whispered, his voice raw, edged with disbelief. The weight of his gaze drew me in, anchoring me to the ground as the world spiraled into madness. Beneath the chaos, I felt a pulse of something deeper, a tremor of guilt, regret, and an insatiable hunger for redemption. I was tethered to this moment, and yet I ached to escape. Across the wreckage, Clara stood, a spectre in the half-light, her hands trembling at her sides. She had always been the brave one, the warrior with a heart made of fire. But now, the flames had extinguished, leaving behind a painful, jagged void. "It's our fault," she breathed, the words a knife slicing through the thick air. I wanted to reach out, to bridge the chasm of despair between us, but fear wrapped around my throat like a noose. I had failed her, failed us. Time stretched, warped in the aftermath. The clock on the wall ticked, each second a reminder of how quickly everything could unravel. I could hear it in the distance, the echo of our past selves, laughter mingling with dreams, so naive, so unaware. "We thought we were invincible," I murmured, half to myself. "We were just kids playing with fire." The irony burned like acid in my gut, a truth that threatened to choke me. A siren wailed again, and in that instant, I saw flashes of our last moments before the world crumbled into ash. The planning, the reckless abandon, none of us truly understood the gravity of our actions. It was supposed to be a testament to our unity, our strength. We wanted to show them, Clara had said, her voice bright, full of hope. But hope is a fragile thing, like glass, it shatters, leaving fragments that cut deep. And now, here we stood, surrounded by the wreckage of dreams. Ben clenched his fists, the muscle in his jaw twitching with the weight of unspoken words. "Do you think they'll understand?" he asked, each word an anchor pulling us deeper into despair. "Will they see that we didn't mean for this to happen?" I craved to reassure him, but the truth felt like a heavy stone lodged in my throat. Understanding, in this twisted moment, felt as unattainable as the stars that flickered dimly above us. The shadows loomed larger, and I could feel their breath on my neck, the ghosts of our choices echoing through the hollow space of my mind. Memories tumbled forth, unbidden. I remembered Clara's laughter, the way it danced in the air, filling the empty spaces with light. I remembered the way Ben's eyes sparkled with mischief as we plotted our grand schemes, fueled by youthful arrogance and the belief that we could conquer the world. But childhood dreams don't survive the harshness of reality, they wither and die, leaving nothing but an ache in their wake. "Clara," I breathed, forcing her gaze to meet mine. "What do we do now?" The question hung in the air, a palpable weight. She swallowed hard, the silence stretching out like a taut rubber band ready to snap. "We face it," she finally whispered, her voice a fragile thread of resolve. "We own it." But how do you own devastation? How do you carry the burden of shattered lives and dreams? The thought rolled over me like a wave, drowning me in guilt. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, the earth trembling with the consequences of our reckless decisions. There was no escaping the reality of what we had unleashed. A part of me wished I could run, flee from the scene, from the pain. But another part, the part that still clung to the remnants of hope, knew there was no solace in flight. I wanted to scream, to shake the world awake from this nightmare. But instead, all that escaped my lips was a choked sob, raw and unfiltered. I felt Clara's hand grasp mine, her warmth cutting through the cold dread that seeped into my bones. "Together," she murmured, her voice a lifeline in the tempest of our despair. "We're together in this." It was a fragile promise, one that felt like a flickering candle in the darkest of nights. But as the shadows closed in, I clung to it with all my might. The sirens faded, replaced by the low hum of impending doom. The world felt heavy, saturated with grief and the weight of consequences that loomed over us like a storm cloud. Faces emerged from the smoke, ghostly silhouettes of those we had failed. They stared, not with anger, but with sorrow, a reflection of our own despair. I could still see the flicker of hope in their eyes, though dimmed by the darkness we had unleashed. "Is this what we wanted?" Ben's whisper cut through the silence, but it felt like an echo, reverberating through the very fabric of my being. I didn't have an answer, only a growing pit of dread that gnawed at my insides. "No," I replied, my voice trembling. "This was never our desire." As the remnants of our choices began to settle around us, I felt a shift in the air, a moment of clarity amidst the ruin. We were alive, tethered together by our shared trauma, our flawed humanity. And yet, the ghosts of our decisions would forever haunt us, the lingering shadows of our once bright dreams cast into the depths of a twilight we could never escape. I wanted to scream, to shake the walls of this haunting truth, but as I looked into Ben's eyes, I knew there was only one way forward. Together, we would face the fallout. Together, we would find a way to navigate the wreckage of our lives, step by painful step. And as the shadows danced around us, we stood, hearts pounding, ready to confront what we had unleashed, one heartbeat at a time. The clock struck 3, its relentless chime echoing through the empty halls like a ghostly reminder of time slipping away, of futures unraveling. I remember staring at the cracked wallpaper, peeling like the frayed nerves of my mind, and the faint scent of mildew hung in the air, a constant reminder of decay. In that moment, I felt the weight of discontent pressing down on me, squeezing the breath from my lungs. Shadows danced in the corners, whispering secrets I dared not uncover. Tessa stood across from me, her eyes wide, a storm of emotion swirling behind the surface. The anger was unmistakable, a fragile glass hiding the deeper fracture beneath. I could see it in the way her hands trembled, uncertain, clutching at the edges of her shirt, as if the fabric could shield her from the chaos brewing within. "You think this is a joke?" she spat, her voice a low growl, echoing in the silence that surrounded us. "You think you can just walk away?" I wanted to scream. I wanted to tell her that I didn't know how to stay, that every step I took felt like walking on the edge of a cliff, teetering, waiting for the inevitable fall. But instead, I swallowed the words, watching them disappear into the dark abyss of unspoken truths. The tension between us was palpable, thick enough to cut through, leaving a bitter aftertaste in my mouth. Across the room, Jonathan leaned against the wall, a looming shadow, eyes fixed on us like a hawk tracking its prey. His heart had once been a beacon of hope, but now it was a casket, buried under layers of betrayal and despair. I remember the moment he had learned the truth, how his smile shattered like glass, scattering shards of disbelief across the floor. "You thought you could hide this from me?" His voice was a low rumble, a thunderous echo of betrayal. "You thought I wouldn't notice?" Tessa flinched, and I felt it in my bones. Fear, guilt, the sharp, serrated edges of honesty cutting deeper than any lie we'd spun. I wanted to reach out, to bridge the chasm widening between us, but my hands were tied, shackled by the weight of my own failures. The air crackled, thick with unresolved emotions, and I could almost hear the heartbeats of our anger sinking in a desperate rhythm. Outside, the night was alive, but inside, we were trapped in our darkness, the city lights flickering like dying stars. I remember the dreams we had shared, freedom, laughter, adventures under the moonlight. Now, they felt more like ghosts, shadows of a past that haunted us, reminding us of the warmth we had lost amid the cold, hard reality. "I didn't choose this," I finally said, my voice breaking under the strain, and the words hung in the air, heavy like a shroud. I wanted to pull Tessa close, to breathe in her essence one last time before the world swallowed us whole. But she took a step back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, reflecting the pain of 1,000 broken promises. "You never choose to let someone down," she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf in a storm, "but you did." The accusation hit me like a physical blow, and I staggered, the weight of my failures crashing down on me. I was a ghost, with nothing left but the memories of what could have been, the cacophony of torment echoing in my mind. Jonathan pushed off the wall, stepping forward, his presence oppressive, consuming. "So what now?" His question hung in the air, a lifeline thrown into murky waters, but I felt like I was drowning, grasping for answers that slipped through my fingers like sand. "Are we just supposed to pretend this didn't happen? To act like everything is fine?" Each word was a nail, driving deeper into the coffin of our broken relationship, sealing off any chance of redemption. I could see the flicker of hope dying in Jonathan's eyes, extinguished by the weight of reality. We were 3 people standing on a precipice, and I could feel the ground trembling beneath us, ready to swallow us whole. I remember the moments before this, our laughter echoing through these same halls, the promises made in the light of day. But light had faded, and shadows took over, creeping in like an uninvited guest. I was haunted by the choices that led us here, by the words left unsaid, and the truth buried deep within the layers of discontent. Tessa turned away, her shoulders shaking, and I felt the tears sting at my own eyes. "You think this is about you," she said, her voice breaking like glass, shattering the remaining fragments of my resolve. "This is about us." And just like that, the room fell silent, a gaping maw of despair stretching between us, filled with the echoes of our failures, breaches that had carved into our souls, leaving scars too deep to heal. I wanted to scream, to rage against the injustice of it all. But all I could do was stand there, a mere spectator in the ruins of what we had built. Outside, the city pulsed, unaware of the tempest brewing within. Each heartbeat was a reminder of time slipping away, each tick of the clock a countdown to an unknown fate. We were three souls adrift in a vast universe, grappling with the weight of our own shortcomings, our own discontent. The world outside was still spinning, the stars twinkling in their infinite dance, but here, we were frozen in our pain, a snapshot of a moment that would haunt us for eternity. I could feel the walls closing in, a cacophony of emotions crashing around us until all that remained was an echo of what once was and the bitter taste of what could never be. And as the clock marched on, relentlessly ticking, we stood on the edge of a precipice, poised to leap into the void, not knowing if we would fall or soar. The night wrapped around us, and I realized then that this was just the beginning of our unraveling, the slow creep of discontent that threatened to consume us all. The room was thick with tension, a heaviness that pressed down against shoulders like a storm cloud ready to burst. Diplomatic papers lay scattered across the table, their edges curling like the whispers of secrets too heavy to bear. Outside, the world moved on, oblivious, cars honked, birds chirped, life continued. But inside this chamber, it was a world poised on the brink of obliteration, and the clock on the wall ticked ominously, each second a heartbeat echoing the urgency in the air. I remember the sharpness of the moment when Thomas stepped forward, his eyes dark pools of dread and determination. He was not just a diplomat, he was a man wrestling with his own ghosts, memories of past failures clawing at his resolve. The treaty that lay before him was no mere agreement, it was a lifeline, frayed and worn, stretched across the chasm of decades of hostility. He could feel the weight of history pressing down, the hopes of his people resting on his shoulders like a boulder ready to roll down a hill. "What if we fail?" he murmured, more to himself than to the others in the room. His voice trembled, a fragile thread of vulnerability woven into the fabric of his usually stoic demeanor. The others fell silent, the question hanging in the air, thick and suffocating. In that breathless pause, I could almost hear the ticking clock, mocking us with each beat. Then there was Lena, her gaze fierce yet haunted, a warrior in a diplomatic's attire. She was fiery, passionate, and stubborn, flaws that propelled her, yet shackled her to a past that wouldn't let go. Her heart was a battlefield, torn between the desire for peace and the scars of betrayal. She stepped closer to Thomas, her voice a whisper of thunder. "We have to make them listen. They need to understand what's at stake." The intensity in her eyes could ignite the very air, but underneath, I saw the flicker of fear gnawing at her insides. The ghosts of previous negotiations, all those times when words turned to daggers, haunted her. "I remember the last time we tried," she said, her voice breaking like fragile glass. "The blood. The screams. We can't do this again." The memory clawed at her, a raw wound that refused to heal, and I felt the weight of it pressing against my own chest. My pulse quickened, thrumming in time with the tension that built between them. Then there was Samuel, the mediator, the calm in this storm of chaos. He was the anchor, not just to the treaty but to the fragile balance of emotion swirling around us. Yet I could see the tremor in his hands as he shuffled the papers, the way his breath quickened when Lena's words cut through the silence like a knife. Samuel understood the stakes, he knew that the outcome of this treaty could shape futures, could alter lives forever. But the ghosts of history loomed large over him, and the burden of expectation was like a noose tightening around his throat. I remember, I could hear Samuel begin, his voice steady but laced with an undertone of desperation, the echoes of our ancestors, their cries for peace, for unity. They fought for this moment, and we cannot squander it. His words were a plea, a desperate reach into the tangled web of their shared history, the hopes woven into the fabric of their nations. The shadows danced across the walls, thrown by flickering candlelight, and for a moment, time felt suspended. Outside, the sun dipped low, casting long fingers of darkness that crept into the corners of the room. Tension crackled in the air like static electricity, and I could feel it deep in my bones. "I know the risks," Thomas replied, voice trembling with emotion, eyes shimmering with unspoken fears. "But if we don't take this step, what hope do we have? We'll be lost to our own shadows." Lena's mouth was a hard line, her heart a stormy sea. "Hope? Hope doesn't fill vacant seats at the table, Thomas. Hope doesn't heal wounds. We need tangible, concrete assurances, or we're just playing with fire." Her defiance was both exhilarating and terrifying. As they stood there, caught in the crossfire of their convictions, I could sense the pulse of history thrumming around them. Each heartbeat brought them closer to the precipice, each breath a step towards the unknown. The weight of their decisions felt like a cosmic dance, a collision of stars birthed from chaos. Samuel's gaze swept across the two of them, the fire of their passion igniting something deep within him. "We are the architects of our own fate," he asserted, a hint of desperation creeping into his tone. "We can't let fear dictate our choices. We owe it to those who came before us, and those who will come after." I could feel the air thicken with the weight of his words, a palpable charge spiraling through the room like a fever. The shadows whispered ancient secrets, and the clock ticked mercilessly on, each second a reminder of the urgency unfurling before them. In that moment, the room held its breath, the air electric with possibility. The ghosts of the past loomed large, yet it was their resolve, their raw humanity that flickered like a candle in the darkness, a beacon in the storm. But the clock kept ticking. Time was slipping through their fingers like sand, and the stakes were impossibly high. The treaty wasn't just paper, it was a fragile thread binding them to a future they couldn't yet see, a future that could tear apart as easily as it could unite. And so they stood, wrapped in their fears and hopes, caught in a struggle as old as humanity itself, a dance of shadows, a battle of wills, a testament to the indomitable spirit that drives us all. The sounds of the world outside faded, and all that remained was the echo of their hearts, a rhythmic drumbeat pulling us ever closer to an uncertain destiny. This was just the beginning, and I couldn't help but wonder, as I watched the three of them caught in that fragile moment, what would become of their dreams? What path would they carve through the darkness? The treaty loomed above them, a spectre of hope mingled with dread, the clock ticking ever onward. It beckoned them forward, the promise of something greater, a fragile alliance shimmering just beyond their grasp. And as the shadows deepened, I felt the pull of the next moment, the next breath, the next heartbeat, echoing the intensity of the struggle they faced. Time held its breath, and the world continued to swirl around them, oblivious to the storm brewing inside this room. The curtain was about to rise on a new act, and the echoes of their choices would reverberate long after the final scene had played out. The ground trembled beneath her feet, a distant rumble echoing the chaos in her heart. Ilara stood at the edge of her village, eyes wide as the sky darkened, a swirling tempest threatening to swallow them whole. She remembered the stories, the whisperings of an approaching enemy, the foreboding shadows that seemed to stretch longer with each passing day. Fear clawed at her throat, yet a desperate hope flickered within, tangled in the gnarled roots of her soul. "Mara," she shouted into the tempest, her voice straining against the wind. Her sister, always the wild one, charging into danger without a second thought. Ilara had tried to bind Mara with reason, but her sister's spirit was like fire, untamed, unquenchable. She had ventured beyond the hills, chasing dreams or perhaps nightmares that lurked just beyond their horizon. And now, the world was crumbling, the villagers' cries mingling with the wind, a symphony of despair. Ilara's heart raced, she could feel the pulse of her people, the weight of their collective dread. They were not just facing an enemy, they were confronting the specter of annihilation, the ghosts of civilizations long past, snuffed out like flickering candles in a storm. Mara returned, breathless, eyes alight with adrenaline. "They're here," she gasped. "They march with fire in their hearts and iron in their hands. We must prepare." The fear in her eyes mirrored Ilara's, but there was something more, defiance, a fierce desire to protect the fragile beauty of their world. Ilara's thoughts spun like the clouds above. Would they fight? Would they surrender? The decisions lingered like a heavy fog, suffocating and oppressive. The village was their home, a cradle of laughter and memories. How could they let it burn? But how could they win? Listen to me, Ilara shouted, her voice slicing through the turmoil like a knife. We stand together or we fall apart. We can't let fear dictate our fate. In her chest, the embers of courage began to stoke, igniting a flicker of hope in the hearts of those around her. But in another part of the world, far from Ilara's desperate cries, a council of leaders gathered. They sat cloaked in shadows, whispers thick with tension. The news of the impending invasion traveled like wildfire, crackling through the air, igniting their minds and fanning the flames of old rivalries. In the flickering candlelight, Lord Eric, a man who wore his ambition like a second skin, clenched his fists. Let them burn, he scoffed. They are weak. This is our chance to expand our borders, to claim what is rightfully ours. His voice was cold, laced with the steel of ambition. But Lady Seraphine, a woman of balance, saw the truth, the danger that loomed not just for Ilara's village but for all of them. No, Eric. If they fall, we all fall. This is not just about land, it's about souls. It's about humanity. The weight of her words hung heavy in the air, a warning bell tolling. Humanity. Eric spat, leaning forward, his eyes glinting with the thrill of conquest. What has humanity ever done for us? They've shown their weakness, and weakness is a disease we cannot afford. The room stirred, a tide of uncertainty washing over those present. Across borders, hearts beat wildly in response to the distant drums of war. Ilara felt the tightening of fate's grip. She glanced at Mara, who stood resolute, her spirit a beacon against the gathering storm. They had no choice but to stand and fight, to face the unknown with a courage that felt foreign yet exhilarating. Time twisted, seconds stretching like elastic, each heartbeat echoing the inevitability of conflict. Villagers gathered, a mosaic of faces painted with fear, determination, and the flickering hope of survival. They readied their weapons, shovels, pitchforks, whatever they could find, each one a testament to their unwillingness to surrender. Together? Ilara cried, her voice soaring above the din, igniting a chorus of agreement. Together, we are stronger than steel. But just as the first shadows of the invaders crested the horizon, Mara turned, her expression shifting like the wind. What if we don't have to fight, she whispered, the question hanging in the air, ripe with possibility. What if we can negotiate? Ilara's heart sank, a fragile thing trembling on the edge of a precipice. You want to talk to them? After all they've done? The memories of their ruin danced in her mind, flickering like the shadows under the waning light. I want to save our home. Mara's voice cracked, a raw nerve laid bare. I want to save you. Silence descended, thick and oppressive, suffocating hope. The village held its breath, the weight of uncertainty heavy as a tombstone. Every eye turned toward the sisters, the heart of their fight, the potential bridge or chasm that might define their fate. And in that silence, a clock ticked, marking the seconds until the inevitable clash. Time itself seemed to shudder under the weight of what was to come. Ilara could feel the shadows lengthening, the darkness creeping closer. The air crackled with tension as the exodus of thought spiraled into a whirlpool of emotions, fear, hope, defiance, and a sense of impending loss. Ilara and Mara stood at the axis of their world, a moment caught in the cosmos, where the weight of choices felt monumental and the echoes of history loomed large. As the first cries of battle pierced the air, it became more than survival, it became a desperate plea for understanding, a yearning for connection in a world that threatened to tear them apart. The clash was not merely of swords, but of ideals, of souls willing to fight not just for land, but for their very humanity. And so, the world turned, the wheel of fate spinning, the dark clouds swirling, and the cries growing louder. Ilara, Mara, and the villagers stood poised on the brink, their hearts aching with uncertainty, but their spirits ablaze with the fierce light of resistance. Everything was at stake, and in that moment, they were no longer just defenders, they were the living embodiment of hope challenging the face of despair. The night was thick with tension. Shadows clung to every corner, breathing life into the unseen, and the air buzzed with a promise of chaos. Footsteps echoed through the silent corridor, each step a pulse of dread that ricocheted inside me. I remember the moment as if it were a suffocating fog that wrapped around my lungs. I was trapped in the heart of uncertainty, where the fragile threads of a treaty lay frayed and exposed. I could feel the tremors of my pulse in my fingertips as I approached the chamber. Caleb stood on the edge of the room, his silhouette sharp against the flickering candlelight. An old friend, now a weary soldier, his eyes held the weight of battles fought yet to come. "What have we done?" he whispered to the walls that had heard too much, and I could almost hear the echoes of his question reverberate through time itself. The treaty, once a beacon of hope, now felt like a noose tightening around our necks. "Caleb," I breathed, my voice trembling as I stepped closer, "we didn't choose this. We thought we were building a bridge." But even as I spoke, doubt gnawed at my insides like a ravenous beast. The ink had barely dried on the parchment when the first cracks began to show, and we were left staring into the abyss of distrust that loomed before us. It was Mara, my sister and the brightest star in our family, who had taught me that trust was a fragile entity. She had always been the one to see the good, to believe in the impossible. But now, her laughter was a ghost I longed for, a haunting reminder of a time when dreams felt indestructible. "What if we can't hold it together?" I could hear her voice, full of hope and fear, echoing like a distant siren. She had fought for peace with a ferocity that both inspired and terrified me, but the world was a dark mirror, reflecting our worst fears back at us. The day the emissaries arrived was etched in my mind like a scar. I remember the chill in the air as they stepped off the ship, their faces masked with neutrality, but their eyes burned with the fire of 1,000 grievances. Our handshake was a pact of desperation, a clasp of hands that felt more like a funeral embrace than a promise of unity. I had wanted to believe in our triumph, but each word that passed through our lips felt like stones thrown into a pond, rippling outwards to a relentless ocean of doubt. "Do you think they'll betray us?" Caleb's voice shattered my reverie. "They'll twist our words like knives, and when we're not looking, they will strike." His anxiety wove through the air, palpable and suffocating. "We must prepare." "Prepare for what?" The thought clawed at my mind, a ravenous hunger that demanded an answer. I remembered the old stories, the ones told in hushed tones around flickering fires, how treaties had crumbled like ancient ruins, how trust had become ash. But here we were, standing on the precipice of our own history, blind to the storm gathering in the distance. Outside, the city throbbed with a life of its own. The marketplace buzzed, vendors shouted, and laughter spilled out like sunshine. But within the walls of our chamber, an inescapable darkness loomed. I looked at Caleb, his hands clenched into fists, the veins on his temples bulging with the weight of our choices. His flaws mirrored my own, fear masquerading as bravado, hope laced with desperation. "We can't just wait," I urged, my heart racing as the shadows converged. "We must act, or we'll be swallowed whole." And then, the thunderous knock on the door. It was a sound that shattered the fragile peace we clung to, a herald of impending doom. My heart raced as I turned to face the door, the wooden barrier between us and whatever waited outside. "They're coming for us," I whispered, the words barely escaping my lips before I felt them crash over me like a wave. The door creaked open, and in walked Mara, her face pale and drawn. "It's worse than we thought," she gasped, eyes wide with terror. "The factions are rising. The people are hungry for blood." Her words were a dagger, slicing through the dim light of our hope. I had always imagined she would rally us in moments of despair, but now she stood before me, a reflection of my own fears. "Caleb," she turned to him, her voice trembling, "we're losing them. They're turning against us." I felt the air around us grow heavy, charged with the electricity of impending disaster. The three of us stood together, a fragile triad poised on the edge of a cliff, where the winds of fate howled like a pack of wolves. "We must make them listen," I said, desperation flooding my voice. "We can't let them tear apart what we've built. We owe it to the people." But deep down, I felt my resolve falter, the shadows whispering insidious doubts. "Listen?" Mara choked out a laugh, bitter and sharp. "They won't listen until blood spills." Her words struck me like a slap, the truth of them echoing in my bones. I remembered the stories of rebellion, of treaties torn asunder by anger and betrayal. The clock was ticking, and with each passing second, the weight of our choices pressed down on us like a stone. The air vibrated with an unspoken truth, our hearts thudding in sync as we faced the abyss together. I remembered the dreams I had, visions of a peaceful world, where laughter rang out and children played freely. But now, those dreams felt like fading stars, swallowed by an indifferent cosmos. "Then we'll fight," Caleb declared, and his voice rose above the chaos, resonating with a raw intensity that ignited something deep within me. "We fight for the treaty, for the people, for everything we love." The fire in his eyes matched the rising tide of emotion within me, a fever pitch of hope and desperation that clawed at the edges of my consciousness. But in that moment, a shadow loomed larger than life, stretching across our fragile alliance. My heart sank, knowing we were on the brink of something monumental, teetering on the edge of a storm we couldn't control. I felt the weight of history pressing down, a reminder that our choices would echo through time, and that this was only the beginning of a far darker chapter. And with that, as we stood united in our resolve, the world outside remained oblivious, the city alive with its mundane rhythms, ignorant of the tempest brewing within. The bonds of trust were fraying, and as the clock ticked mercilessly forward, we were left to grapple with the darkest truths of human nature. Time was slipping away, and the ghosts of our past whispered warnings that were impossible to ignore. The night was still young, and the true test of our spirits was yet to come. The room was thick with tension, each breath heavy with unspoken words. Shadows danced across the walls, flickering in the dim light like the anxiety that wrapped around them. I stood there, trapped in the hurricane of voices, my heart racing as the dispute among the signatories raged on. The air crackled, electric with accusations, regrets, and the weight of betrayal. I remember the moment when Sarah's voice shattered the silence, piercing through the chaos like a scream in the dead of night. "You think I don't know? I see you, every time you think I'm not watching." Her hands trembled at her sides, fingers curling into fists, as if she could physically grasp the betrayal that suffocated her. It was in her eyes, the spark of fury mingled with heartbreak, a tempest of emotion swirling like a storm cloud ready to burst. Across the room, Nathan leaned back against the wall, arms crossed, a fortress of indifference that crumbled under the weight of her gaze. I could see the guilt flicker in his eyes, the way he rubbed the back of his neck, a nervous habit he thought he had mastered. "You're overreacting, Sarah. It's not what you think." His voice was steady, but the tremor betrayed him. The words hung in the air, a fragile thread fraying with each heartbeat. "I remember when this was about honor," she spat, each word a dagger, each syllable a reminder of the pact they had forged. "Now it's all about power. You've turned your back on everything we believed in." The room reverberated with the weight of her accusation, a collective gasp escaping the lips of the assembled signatories like a whisper of ghosts. And there I was, a silent spectator, caught in the middle of their storm, feeling the wind whip around me. They were my friends, once united in purpose, but now they were unrecognizable, two broken pieces of a shattered whole. I could feel my pulse echoing against the walls, each beat a reminder of my own demons lurking in the shadows. My heart ached, first for Sarah, whose passion burned bright but threatened to consume her, and then for Nathan, who wore his flaws like a shroud, unable to admit the truth even to himself. They were entwined in a web of ambition and regret, a dance of betrayal played out in the flickering candlelight. I wanted to scream, to pull them back from the brink, but the words caught in my throat, choking me. As the argument escalated, the room transformed into a battlefield. "You think you're so righteous, don't you?" Nathan shot back, his voice rising, tremors of anger breaking through his facade. "You've lost sight of the bigger picture. We need to survive." He stepped forward, closing the distance, and I felt the world tilt on its axis. Survival. That single word echoed in my mind, a haunting refrain. It was the reason we were here, yet it had morphed into a weapon, a shield for their selfishness. The others in the room shifted uncomfortably, eyes darting from one confrontation to the other, desperate to avoid being drawn into the maelstrom. I remember when we dared to dream, Sarah's voice softened momentarily, a spark of vulnerability breaking through the cracks. When we believed in something larger than ourselves. The air felt thick with nostalgia, a ghost of their past lingering in the corners. I could see it in her eyes, the shimmer of hope battling against the tide of despair. but Nathan scoffed, dismissing her longing with a wave of his hand. "Dreams don't put food on the table, Sarah." And just like that, the fragile connection snapped. I could feel the ground beneath me tremble, as if the very foundation of their bond threatened to collapse. Dreams, hopes, ambitions, they were all tethered to the same fragile thread, one that was now fraying with every heated exchange. Then, just as quickly, the room fell silent. A suffocating stillness enveloped us, the tension so palpable it felt like a tangible entity wrapping around our throats. I could hear the ticking of a clock somewhere, each tick a reminder of time slipping away, of moments lost to anger and pride. I could almost hear the echoes of their dreams, fragments of laughter, shared memories, the warmth of camaraderie. Yet now, those dreams lay scattered like broken glass, sharp and dangerous. I could see it in their faces, the realization dawning like a shadow creeping across the sun. They were not just fighting for power, they were fighting for their very souls. "I thought we were better than this," I finally whispered, my voice cracking like the fragile thread that held us together. "I thought we were family." It was a simple statement, but it hung in the air, heavy with regret and longing. The silence that followed was deafening, filled with the weight of unvoiced fears and the ghosts of what once was. I watched as Sarah's shoulders sagged, the fire dimming in her eyes. Nathan's hard mask faltered for just a moment, revealing the boy I once knew, lost and afraid. Time stretched then, each second a lifetime. I realized then that this wasn't just a dispute among signatories, it was a fracture within the very essence of who we were. Their internal conflicts were reflections of a deeper struggle, a struggle to reconcile dreams with reality, loyalty with betrayal, love with ambition. I stepped closer, feeling the warmth of their shared memories radiate around me. We can't let this consume us. We need to find our way back, before it's too late. But as my words slipped into the silence, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were standing at the edge of a precipice, teetering between hope and despair. Would they hear me? Would they remember? Or would we remain forever trapped in this cycle of conflict, endlessly spiraling toward a reckoning that could shatter us all? Each heartbeat became a countdown, a ticking reminder of the choices that awaited us. In that moment, the world outside faded, and all that remained was the fragile thread connecting us, trembling dangerously in the winds of our desires and fears. The question hung heavy, an unending echo in the depths of our hearts: would we rise together, or would we fall apart? The room was a tomb, shadows creeping along the walls like whispers of the dead. A flicker of light, barely illuminating the faces of the gathered. 3 figures, each holding their breath, their hearts thundering in the deafening silence. I remember the air thick with tension, a stench of fear and desperation swirling around us like smoke. The clock ticked loudly, each beat an echo of the moment slipping away. This was it, the moment when truth twisted into something grotesque. When words became weapons, and the very fabric of reality began to unravel. Elena, her eyes wide and unblinking, clutched a crumpled piece of paper that trembled in her hands. I could see the betrayal etched in her face, a storm of emotion battling within her. She had trusted the message, believed in the promise it held. But the shadows danced around her, mocking, whispering that trust was a fool's game. I remembered staring at her, feeling the weight of her gaze, the intensity of her heartbreak wrapping around my chest like a vice. "You can't believe them," I wanted to scream. "You can't." But my voice felt trapped, a prisoner of the silence. The walls closed in, suffocating us. The facade of normalcy, once wrapped around our lives like a comforting cloak, had been ripped away, leaving us naked and exposed to the biting cold of reality. Across the room, Julian sat with his head bowed, fingers running through his hair as if trying to comb away the memories, the lies, the propaganda that had seeped into our very souls. He had been a believer once, fervent and passionate, a voice rallying the masses. But now? Now he was a ghost of that ideal, a man haunted by the knowledge that words could twist and bend, mold truth into something horrifyingly unrecognizable. His gaze flicked up to meet mine, and I saw the desperation reflected there, a plea, a question: what do we do? In that moment, time stretched like a taut string, vibrating with potential violence. I remember the flickering lights, the shadows warping, as if the very walls of our reality were about to collapse. Outside, the city was alive, bustling with those who remained blissfully unaware, marching to the rhythm of a deceitful drum. What did they know? What did they feel? I knew the answer: nothing. They were marionettes, strings pulled by unseen hands, their thoughts manipulated, their beliefs forged in the fires of propaganda. Then came the moment that shattered the silence. A bang, a gunshot, a scream that tore through the air like a knife. The world outside ignited, chaos spilling into our sanctuary. I remember the way Elena flinched, the way Julian's body stiffened, the way the truth began to unravel. The lies were no longer whispers, they surged like a tidal wave, crashing against us, pulling us beneath the surface. In the chaos, I was overwhelmed by memories, fragments of our lives before the darkness. Laughter shared over cups of coffee, dreams spun under starlit skies. It felt like a cruel joke, a taunt from the universe. I could practically hear the echoes of our naive laughter ringing in my ears, mocking the stark reality that had swallowed us whole. "Elena," I finally managed to whisper, my voice thick with emotion. "We have to fight back. We have to find the truth." But deep down, doubt gnawed at my insides like a ravenous beast. Could we even find the truth? Or had it been buried beneath layers of manipulation, lost forever to the whims of those who wielded words like weapons? Julian looked up, his eyes reflecting the flickering light. But how? Every source is tainted. Every voice is a lie. His words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. The shadows wove tighter around us, each pulse of darkness a reminder of our impending doom. I could feel the fear radiating off them, a palpable force that threatened to pull me under. I remember the way my heart raced, a drum echoing the fight or flight response. My thoughts swirled, fragmented pieces of an unsolvable puzzle, as I clung to the flicker of hope that still burned within me. Together, I whispered, though the word felt fragile, like a thread ready to snap. "If we stand together, we can break the cycle." But even as I spoke, I felt the weight of uncertainty wrapping around my mind, squeezing tightly. How could we combat the tide when the very information we needed was tainted, manipulated, twisted beyond recognition? With each passing second, the world outside continued to unravel. The sounds of chaos grew closer, and the shadows loomed larger. I saw the spark of determination ignite in Elena's eyes, a fleeting ember fighting against the darkness. And in Julian's gaze, I glimpsed the flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, we could reclaim our narrative, wrestle our reality back from the hands that had twisted it into something grotesque. But as the chaos surged, I realized that the battle was not just outside, it raged within us, too. I remembered the weight of our own doubts, our own fears, creeping into our hearts like poison. The struggle against propaganda was not simply about fighting the lies of others, it was a fight for our voices, our truths, and our very existence. The atmosphere crackled with intensity, the air thickening as we stumbled toward the moment of confrontation. It was as if the universe held its breath, waiting for us to make our move, to become more than just shadows in a darkened room. I could feel the pulse of history behind us, a tide of countless souls who had fought for the truth, echoing across time and space. The door burst open, a figure silhouetted against the chaos outside. A voice rang out, sharp and clear, slicing through the tension. "You need to choose." I remember the weight of that choice pressing down on us, the gravity of it suffocating. But there was no time to hesitate. The dance of shadows around us screamed for action. Propaganda had woven a web of deceit, but we were alive, breathing, fighting. And sometimes, just sometimes, the truth could still shine through the cracks. In that heartbreaking moment, as the world outside descended into chaos, we felt a flicker of defiance. We were not merely victims, we were warriors of our own narrative. And as the echoes of propaganda clawed at our hearts, we vowed to reclaim our voices, to weave our truths into the very fabric of reality, no matter how daunting the battle ahead. And just like that, we stepped into the storm. The clock chimed midnight, its sonorous toll shattering the night stillness, echoing through the hollow chambers of a once great hall. I stood there, trembling, mouth dry as dust, heart pounding like a war drum against my ribcage. Shadows flickered across the stone walls, dancing in a ghostly waltz, breathing life into the whispers of betrayal that lingered thick in the air. The power had shifted, so suddenly, so violently, that even the moon above seemed to flinch, its pale light dimmed by the weight of what was unfolding. I remember the cold sweat trickling down the back of my neck, the taste of iron in the air, a prelude to the chaos that was about to erupt. In that moment, I was not just a spectator, I was ensnared in a web of fear and loyalty, of duty and despair. As I glanced to my left, I saw Evelyn, her face a mask of determination and dread, her fists clenched tight enough to turn her knuckles white. She was the very embodiment of conflict, the warrior queen, fierce yet vulnerable, caught in the grip of a destiny that demanded too much. The fire in her eyes ignited something deep within me. It was a spark that had once bound us together but now threatened to consume us whole. "Do you hear that?" she whispered, her voice trembling like the leaves in a tempest. It was a question that echoed in the recesses of my mind, a haunting refrain. I could hear it, the rustle of discontent, the murmur of souls eager for change. The room pulsed with the kind of tension that clings to your skin, prickles at your senses. The air was thick with the scent of rebellion, sharp and metallic, like the promise of bloodshed that hung just beyond the horizon. Across the room, Gabriel stood amidst the shadows, a figure carved from darkness itself, his presence both magnetic and terrifying. He was the architect of this upheaval, charming, persuasive, yet oh so capable of destruction. I felt the pull of his gaze, a force so compelling that it made my skin crawl. In him, I saw the reflection of an ambition that had spiraled into madness, a hunger for power that threatened to devour anyone who dared to stand in his way. I remember the first time I had trusted him, the first time I had tasted the intoxicating sweetness of his vision. Now, that trust felt like a noose tightening around my throat, choking the air from my lungs. "Stand with me, Evelyn," he called, his voice smooth as silk but laced with venom. "Together, we can reshape this world. But you must choose. Now. Before it's too late." The weight of his words hung in the air, a promise wrapped in menace. I watched Evelyn's resolve falter, just for a heartbeat, and my stomach twisted. She was the fighter, the one who would stand against the tide, yet here she was, teetering on the edge of allegiance and defiance. I remember the moment she turned towards me, her eyes searching mine, looking for a lifeline, for a sign that I believed in her. The silence stretched, tangible and suffocating, as if the universe itself paused to witness the fracture of our bond. I wanted to scream, to tell her that the right path was the one she had always walked, that her heart was a beacon, guiding us through the darkest storms. But the words tangled in my throat, heavy as iron chains. "Gabriel is not the answer," I finally managed to whisper, my voice a fragile thread, barely breaking through the chaos. "He is a storm that will leave nothing but ruin in its wake." Each syllable tasted bitter, laden with fear and the knowledge of what was at stake. I could see the internal battle waging within her, a tempest of emotions, loyalty to a friend, love for a leader, and the nagging voice of her own conscience. I could almost hear it, the siren song of awakening, pulling her back from the precipice. The room began to shift, reality bending like a vast, dark ocean. I felt the tide rising, momentum building towards a confrontation that was inevitable, but still so far away. Each heartbeat echoed like thunder in my ears, and I could sense the others, the onlookers drawn into this vortex of ambition and betrayal. They were ghosts in the shadows, their eyes wide with fear, uncertainty, and unyielding hope. They didn't know who to trust, who would lead them into the dawn or drown them in darkness. The clock continued its relentless ticking, each chime a reminder that time was neither friend nor foe, but a relentless specter chasing us, waiting for our choice. I could see the storm brewing in Gabriel's eyes, the barely contained rage, a predator poised to strike. Every moment stretched into eternity, suffocating us with its weight. I felt my breath quicken, the air around us crackling with the energy of impending conflict. And then, the walls erupted with the sound of shattering glass, the violent intrusion of chaos that shattered our fragile world. A figure cloaked in black rushed in, a harbinger of the storm we had known was coming but had dared not acknowledge. The moment crystallized, a tableau of fear and fury, and I was caught between worlds, the one I knew and the one that threatened to consume us. Evelyn's hand found mine, her grip fierce, grounding me even as the air grew electric with uncertainty. I looked into her eyes and saw the wild, unquenchable fire of a leader rediscovering her strength. This was the moment, the shift in power that would either bind us together or rip us apart. And as I stood there, heart racing, breath hitching, I understood we were not merely pawns in a game of power. We were the storm, the reckoning, the heartbeat of a revolution waiting to surge forth. Time wove around us an intricate tapestry of choices and consequences as we stood on the precipice of destiny, a moment caught in the tremors of history. The shadows whispered, the echoes of dreams and ambitions colliding in a chilling symphony. We were not finished yet, we were merely beginning. The sun was setting over the jagged hills, casting long shadows that danced like specters on the ground. The wind howled through the barren trees, carrying whispers of a past that refused to be buried. I remember the moment the earth trembled beneath our feet, not from an earthquake, but from the heavy boots of soldiers marching across borders that had once seemed sacred. The air was thick with tension, a palpable force that gripped my throat. Fear. It was a cold, clammy hand squeezing tighter, and I could taste the metallic tang of it on my tongue. Elena stood beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting both disbelief and a flickering hope. A mother's heart, torn between the urge to protect and the instinct to flee. Just days ago, we had laughed in the open fields, our children chasing butterflies with laughter that seemed to mock the encroaching darkness. Now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into an eerie twilight, she gripped her son's hand tightly. The little boy, Lucas, remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to the chaos that loomed nearby like a thundercloud ready to burst. "Can they see us?" Elena whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf in the wind. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders, pulling her closer, feeling her heartbeat quicken against my side. "Not yet," I lied, even though the gnawing fear in my gut told me otherwise. The borders that once defined our lives had become jagged lines of division, drawn by men who saw only power and not the lives that would be shattered beneath their feet. "Why can't they just leave us alone?" The question lingered in the air, heavy and suffocating. It was a question I had asked 1,000 times, a question that had no answers. Behind us, the old stone walls of our village stood like silent sentinels, bearing witness to the agony of those caught in the crossfire of greed and ambition. I remembered the stories of my grandfather, how they had built these walls to protect us from invaders, from the shadows that threatened to consume everything we held dear. But now, those walls felt like a cage, trapping us in a nightmare with no escape. The distant rumble of trucks grew louder, the sound saturating the air with an impending doom. I could feel the vibrations in my bones, an echo of the past colliding with the present. Memories of laughter turned to cries, dreams twisted into nightmares, all bound by the invisible chains of geography. The boundaries we had drawn in the soil were nothing but lines of death now. Elena's breath hitched as the first of the soldiers appeared, their uniforms crisp against the fading light, faces obscured by helmets and shadows. I watched as fear washed over her, her grip tightening around Lucas, who finally sensed the change in the atmosphere, his innocent smile replaced by confusion. The soldiers moved with a mechanical precision, unaware of the humanity they trampled upon. "Stay here," I urged, knowing that the words were futile. The moment hung heavy between us, a fragile thread that could snap at any moment. I stepped forward, heart racing, as I tried to shield my family from the looming threat, even as I could feel the weight of the world crashing around us. I remember my father's stories of the rivers that once flowed freely, nourishing the land, sustaining life. Now, those same rivers had choked on the greed of men, poisoned by the very borders they sought to protect. The irony was not lost on me, the natural resources that should have united us had become weapons of division, tearing apart families, friends, and futures. "Please," I called out, my voice rising above the chaos. "We mean no harm." But the words felt hollow, lost in the storm of fear and anger. The lead soldier turned, his eyes cold and unyielding. They were eyes that had seen too much, hardened by the weight of their duty, yet devoid of any compassion. "Move aside," he barked, a command wrapped in authority that dripped with disdain. Elena stepped forward, her silhouette framed by the dying light, a mother unyielding in her love. "You can't take our home," she shouted, her voice breaking, echoing the heartache that reverberated through my own chest. It was a plea, a desperate cry that hung in the air like the last breath of a dying star. In that moment, everything shifted. The atmosphere crackled with tension, a raw energy that surged around us. I felt my heart pounding, the rhythm of survival thrumming in my veins as I reached for her hand, the warmth of her skin grounding me in a reality that threatened to splinter apart. "Do you hear that?" I murmured, almost to myself. The sound of distant thunder rumbled in the deepening sky, a reminder that the struggle was bigger than us, that it echoed through time and space. This isn't just about us. It never was. The borders of our land, sculpted by mountains and rivers, had become battlefields drawn by the greed of men. We were pawns in a game we didn't understand, but the stakes felt too high to grasp. Lucas squeezed my hand, his innocence cutting through the fog of despair. His eyes, wide and trusting, held a flicker of hope that ignited something deep within me. I wouldn't let them take that away. The lead soldier hesitated, the air thickening with uncertainty. I could see the conflict churning behind his hardened exterior, a glimpse of humanity flickering like a dying flame. I took a step closer, my voice steady. "We all want the same thing: safety, peace, a future for our children." I could see it then, the shadows of doubt creeping across his face, the weight of his uniform pressing down as if it were a shroud, suffocating him. For a moment, the world held its breath. And in that moment, I realized that the true battle wasn't just for land or resources, it was for the very soul of humanity. Yet, just beyond the horizon, more soldiers marched forward, their presence a reminder of the relentless tide of history that swept us along, whether we wanted it or not. I watched as the sun vanished entirely, darkness swallowing the land, and a chill settled over us, a harbinger of the storm to come. "Elena," I whispered. "Whatever happens, we stand together." But as the shadows deepened, I could feel the echoes of the past rising up, the ghosts of our choices looming large, ready to confront us. The edges of our world were fraying, and I knew, somehow knew, that this was only the beginning. The confrontation was near, the climax looming like a monstrous wave ready to crash. And as the soldiers advanced, a deep, unsettling silence fell over us, a prelude to chaos. I could still hear the haunting whispers of the earth, the forgotten cries of those who had come before, urging us to remember. To fight. To survive. And in the cacophony of fear and hope, I could feel the weight of the world pressing in, a constant reminder that geography's influence was not merely a boundary drawn in the sand but a reflection of who we were, what we had lost, and the echoes of what was yet to come. The moon hung low over the city, a bruised eye watching over a world teetering on the edge of chaos. Shadows crept along cobblestone streets, twisting like the thoughts in Elena's mind as she crouched behind the remains of a crumbling wall. Her heart thundered, a wild drumbeat echoing in her ears. She pressed her back against the cold stone, breath heavy and sharp, as if the very air were a predator, waiting for her to exhale. I remember the first time I felt fear like this. Not the childish fear of the dark, but something primal, a bone-deep knowing that danger lurked just beyond the light. I could still smell the smoke from the last skirmish, its ash floating like specters around me. Behind the wall, the world had collapsed into whispers of betrayal and blood. I felt the warmth of the sun on my skin that morning, a world away from now. Then I saw him. A figure emerged from the blackness, Marcus. His eyes, fierce and unyielding, flickering with the flames of 1,000 unspoken fears. "Elena," he hissed, urgency coating his voice like a bitter pill. "We need to move. Now." I wanted to tell him that I was tired. Tired of running, tired of surviving. But that wasn't an option, not in this world where external forces clawed at the fringes, eager to pull us down into despair. I could see it in his eyes, the same haunted look that mirrored my own. We were all ghosts now, trapped in the remnants of our former lives, fighting against the tide of something larger, something darker. "Are you ready?" he asked, his voice a lifeline, pulling me from the depths of my spiraling thoughts. But there was something unsteady in his gaze, a flicker of doubt that made my skin crawl. It gnawed at me, rotting away the remnants of hope. "I don't know," I replied, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "Are we ever really ready?" As we moved, shadows danced around us, mocking our every step, every heartbeat pulsing with the weight of uncertainty. The city lay before us, a labyrinth of despair and danger, each corner a potential grave. I could hear the sirens in the distance, an unholy symphony that heralded chaos. But we weren't just running from sirens or shadows. We were fleeing the ghosts of our own choices, decisions that had led us to this moment. Marcus had once been a beacon of strength in my life, the kind of person who could make even the darkest days feel like adventures. But those days felt like they belonged to someone else now, someone who didn't carry the weight of betrayal in their heart. I remember when we thought we could change everything, he said suddenly, breathing heavily, his words hanging in the air. When we believed we could make a difference. And I remembered. I remembered afternoons filled with light, ambitions woven with dreams, visions of a world where we could be free. But that world had shattered like glass, leaving us to pick up the jagged pieces. I wanted to scream, to let the emotion spill over like a tide crashing against the shore. Those days are gone, Marcus, I said, my voice trembling, a fragile thread binding me to reality. They've taken everything from us. We moved further into the darkness, inching along the edge of rebellion. The stench of fear was pervasive, thick and suffocating. Each alleyway whispered secrets of lives lived in shadows, of dreams eclipsed by the weight of new threats looming on the horizon. Then, a flicker. A distant light broke through the darkness, illuminating a figure standing defiantly at the end of the street. It was Lila, her fiery spirit flickering like the flame of a candle caught in the wind. She was the embodiment of resilience, a force of nature that could not be extinguished. Over here, she called, urgency pushing her voice into a crescendo. Her eyes sparkled under the dim light, but behind that sparkle lay a storm of uncertainty. We rushed toward her, desperation propelling us through the shadows. Elena, Marcus, we have to gather everyone, she urged, her breath coming in quick bursts. There's something coming, worse than anything we've faced. They're uniting, and we're running out of time. Time. The ever-elusive concept that haunted our every decision. I felt the weight of it pressing down, constricting my chest. I looked at Marcus, then Lila, their faces etched with a mix of determination and fear. I don't know if we can rally the others, I admitted, the vulnerability cutting deep. What if it's too late? Lila stepped closer, her intensity a palpable force. Then we fight. We fight with everything we have left. Because if we don't, then what's the point of this struggle? What's the point of living at all? Her words ignited a spark deep within me. There it was, the flicker of hope, fragile yet resilient. I thought of those who had fallen, those who had dared to dream and had been snuffed out like candles in the wind. I thought of the stories we would never write, the futures that remained unwritten, lost to the void of fear and oppression. But as the sirens wailed louder, the ground beneath us trembling with the menace of our reality, I felt the cold fingers of despair creeping back in. The ghosts of the past clung tightly, whispering doubts, reminding me of all the battles we'd lost. Then we'll gather them, I said, my voice quaking but steady. And if this is the end, then let it be a blaze that lights the way for those who come after us. The darkness swirled around us, thick with tension, but in that moment, we were a force to be reckoned with. We were flawed, we were broken, but we were alive, and together, we would face whatever emerged from the shadows, no matter how deep the abyss. As we moved, the city shifted around us, a living entity, breathing despair and hope in equal measure. And in the shadows, something stirred, a new threat lurking just beyond our reach, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The air crackled with anticipation, a storm brewing on the horizon, and we were caught in its tempest, unwilling to surrender. The night was far from over. The battle had only just begun. A siren screams through the night, a banshee's wail echoing off the crumbling walls of a city engulfed in chaos. The air is thick with smoke and the acrid stench of burned flesh. I stand there, heart pounding, watching a figure silhouetted against the blaze, an enemy drone whirring like a wasp, its unblinking eye scanning for a target. This is no ordinary war, it's a bloody ballet of technology and terror, and we are its dancers, trapped in a performance that spirals toward madness. I remember the first time I saw Sophie, not as a soldier, but as a quiet librarian, her fingers stained with ink, lost in the pages of forgotten tomes. The weight of history hung around her like a cloak, but now, her gaze is fierce, her rifle poised. She was never meant to wield a weapon, yet here she stands, the weight of the world resting on her slender shoulders. The conflict has twisted her spirit into something sharp, like glass. She bites her lip, her eyes reflecting the flames that lick at the night sky. We have to move, she breathes, voice steady yet trembling. We can't let them take the city. And then there's Mark, a former tech genius turned reluctant warrior, grappling with the ghosts of his own creation, the algorithms that once promised safety, now raised to ashes under the boots of destruction. His hands shake as he fiddles with a tablet, fingers dancing over screens that once delivered knowledge but now deliver death. I thought I was helping, he whispers, more to himself than to anyone else, haunted by the specters of his own making. I thought. The drone hums closer, a mechanical predator stalking its prey. I can feel the tension coil around us, a taut string ready to snap. I remember the days before all this, when the only battles fought were on video games, when the biggest threat was running out of battery on a Sunday afternoon. Now, the reality is a cacophony of screams, the sharp crack of gunfire echoing like a heartbeat. The very technology that promised to connect us has torn us apart. Remember when we thought technology would save us? Mark laughs, a bitter sound that cuts through the chaos. Now it's just another weapon. His voice cracks, and I see the fear flicker in his eyes, the ghost of a boy who wanted to change the world but instead unleashed hell. The drone hovers above, its camera lens like a hungry eye, searching, waiting. We're the ghosts now, Sophie says, and her voice is filled with a raw intensity that sends shivers down my spine. We haunt the ruins of our choices. She grips her rifle tighter, a soldier forged in the inferno of regret. I can see the tremors of her unspoken fear, the way she flinches at the sound of every explosion, the flicker of every shadow. We slip into the alley, a narrow passage where the light barely reaches. The walls are lined with the graffiti of despair, messages scrawled in a frantic hand, help us, save us, remember us. Each word is a heartbeat, a plea that pulls at my chest. I remember the old world, the world that spun blissfully unaware of the storm brewing just beyond the horizon. We were naive, thinking progress would lead to peace. Now, technology is a double-edged sword, cutting deep into the fabric of humanity. The drone's whir grows louder. My pulse races, every second stretching into eternity. Mark's fingers fly across the tablet, trying to hack into its systems, but I see the fear in his eyes. What if I can't, he murmurs, a whisper lost in the cacophony. What if I made it worse? Then we fight, Sophie says, her voice a fierce spark in the darkness. We don't let it win. I watch them, two flawed souls standing at the edge of oblivion. They are a reflection of the world, a beautiful chaos of brilliance and failure, hope and despair. The drone darts forward, a flash of steel and shadow. My heart races, and in that moment, time itself seems to shatter, every second a lifetime, every breath a prayer. Now! Sophie cries, and the world explodes into chaos. Mark's hands fly, desperation fueling his movements. The drone hovers, confused, caught in the throes of its own programming. Come on, he mutters, each word a heartbeat, a pulse of fervor against the backdrop of death. I hold my breath, the silence heavy, a pregnant pause before the storm. And then it happens, an electrical crack, a shuddering gasp of life as the drone falters, its eye flickering, wavering. I think I did it! Mark shouts, and hope crashes against the walls like waves against the shore. But the moment is fleeting, another explosion rips through the air, and I am thrown back against the wall, the taste of metal and terror flooding my senses. I remember the faces of the fallen, the ghosts of those we lost, and I feel the weight of their absence like a shroud. Each face is etched into my memory, each name a whisper on the wind. I remember their laughter, their dreams, all gone in an instant, swallowed by the maw of this technological nightmare. Mark looks at me, eyes wide with fear and determination. We have to go, now. His urgency pulls me from my reverie. I nod, tears burning at the corners of my eyes, blurring the line between past and present. We rush through the alley, shadows creeping at our heels, the city trembling beneath the weight of our choices. But as we turn the corner, I glance back at Sophie, her silhouette framed by the flames, a warrior bound by fate. In that fleeting moment, she becomes a symbol of all we have lost and all we have yet to fight for. The future hangs before us, a gaping chasm filled with uncertainty, but I know, whatever happens, we are not done yet. The drone crashes, a cacophony of metal and fire, and the ground trembles beneath us, shaking off the ghosts of our past. We run, propelled by the pulse of survival, the relentless beat of technology entwined with our humanity, each step echoing into the unknown. Around us, the world is on fire, but in our hearts, a flicker of hope ignites. This is not the end, it is merely the beginning of the echoing fight against the shadows of our own making, a battle born from the ashes of innovation that has changed warfare forever. And as we sprint forward, I realize, this is where the story truly begins. I remember the echoes of laughter mingling with the shadows on the walls, a cacophony of joy and heartbreak that seemed to rise with the dust motes in the dim light. It was a festival, the kind that spills warmth into the cracks of a fractured city, where memories linger like smoke after the fire has died. Streets alive with color, the flicker of lanterns casting ghostly shapes on worn cobblestones, making the night pulse with a heartbeat all its own. Yet beneath this vibrant surface, dread coiled like a serpent, biting at the edges of our joy. Elena stood at the edge of the crowd, her heart a tempest raging against the cage of her ribs. She wore a mask, delicate and painted with swirling patterns, a facade of festivity that couldn't hide the storm brewing in her soul. I could see it in her eyes, the weight of a world burdened by unspoken truths. She was a painter, a creator of beauty, yet her canvas was marred by the shadows of the treaty that had torn her family apart, leaving her clutching at remnants of a past that felt as thin as the air around us. "There's nothing left to celebrate," she muttered, her voice barely rising above the clamor, a whisper lost in a sea of noise. I wanted to reach out, to pull her into the vibrant life surrounding us, remind her that laughter could still bloom, even from the ashes. But my own heart was heavy, recognizing the crumbling edges of her spirit reflected in my own. I remember the look on Anton's face, a mask of grim determination and lingering sorrow. He stood a few paces away, fingers twitching close to the handle of the knife strapped to his thigh, a relic of a past life, a reminder of the violence that had become their shared language. He was a poet, weaving words that cut deeper than blades, yet now he felt like a ghost haunting the very places he once breathed life into. The treaty had robbed him of his voice, silencing the verses that once flowed like wine, leaving behind bitter dregs that echoed in the hollow spaces of his heart. "Do you hear them?" he asked, glancing back at Elena, who seemed lost in her own artful reverie. "They dance, they sing, but it's all just a facade. A distraction." His words slithered through the air, heavy with truth. "They don't see the scars. They don't remember what we've lost." I could feel the truth of his words scratching against my insides, a relentless reminder that history was not just written in books, but etched into our very souls. As I glanced around the revelry, I caught sight of a mural on a nearby wall, a fierce phoenix rising from the ashes. But with each stroke, I saw not hope, but the mourning of what once was art that captured pain, a testament to the wounds we all bore. The clock tower struck midnight, the sound reverberating like a death knell through the thrumming heartbeat of the festival. Each chime resonated in my bones, a reminder of time slipping through our fingers like sand. The air thickened with tension, an unspoken dread settling over us like a fog. Elena's eyes darted toward me, searching for something, hope, maybe, or perhaps a lifeline in the chaos. "I remember," she said, her voice trembling yet fierce. "I remember when art was a celebration of life, not a memorial for the dead." I nodded, feeling the weight of her words crush down on me. What did we become when our art began to echo our sorrow? When did creation transform into a requiem? The walls around us seemed to close in, shadows stretching like fingers, grasping at the flickers of joy around us. Anton stepped closer, his presence a wall against the encroaching darkness. "We can't let them forget," he said, his voice low and urgent. "The treaty is not just ink on paper, it's a scar on our history. They need to feel our pain, see our struggle. If we remain silent, our legacy will fade into nothingness." Elena's hands clenched into fists, her breath quickening in the way it does before a storm. "Then let us paint, let us write, let us scream until our voices shatter the night." For a moment, I felt a flicker of hope, a spark ignited in the depths of despair. What if we could reclaim our legacy? What if art could become our weapon, our shield against the relentless tide of forgetfulness? But doubt clung to me like a shadow, whispering that pain often eclipses joy, that memories are fickle things, slipping away when we need them most. The festival swirled around us, a blurred mosaic of colors and sounds, laughter mingling with sobs, a celebration haunted by ghosts. I watched as Elena took a step forward, determination etching lines onto her brow. "We will make them remember," she declared. "Even if it's just for a moment." Anton's grip tightened around his knife, a symbol of defiance against a world that sought to silence us. "Then we fight," he said, the fire igniting in his chest. "Together." And in that moment, I felt the surge of something ancient and primal coursing through us. The weight of history hung heavy in the air, yet it was intertwined with our resolve, a tapestry woven from threads of pain and resilience. Art, literature, memory, they were not just remnants of the past, they were the lifeblood of our existence. As the crowd surged around us, a tide of humanity driven by the pulse of the night, I felt the shadows shift. They whispered promises and threats, but they also held echoes of our dreams. They were not just ghosts of what we'd lost, they were the guardians of what we could still create. "Let them see us. Let them hear us," I whispered, the urgency in my voice intertwining with the rhythm of our heartbeat. And in that pulse, in the chaos of the festival, with the moon casting silver light upon us, we prepared to take our stand. Because the treaty may have sought to divide us, to erase our stories, but we were the artists, the poets, the dreamers. Our legacy would not be silenced. Not tonight. And so we stood, the three of us, Elena, Anton, and I, on the brink of a storm, ready to unleash our fury and our love against a world that had tried to forget. With every breath, every heartbeat, we were weaving a new tapestry, one where pain and beauty danced hand in hand, where art was a sanctuary, and memory became our most potent weapon. The night was but a canvas waiting for our strokes, and we would paint it with the raw, unfiltered truth of our existence. Rain fell in relentless sheets, drumming against the cobblestones like 1,000 frantic hearts. Beneath the shadows of the ancient city, where dreams lingered like smoke in the air, something primal stirred within me. I felt it, of a crack, a fracture in the fabric of everything I thought was secure. The treaty lay in tatters, each fragment sharp enough to cut through the illusions we held dear. I remember the first whisper of dissent, a fleeting moment that clawed at my insides, leaving a gnawing ache that spoke of betrayal and despair. Anna stood before me, her eyes burning with a fire that felt both fierce and terrifying. "They won't listen, Thomas," she said, her voice trembling like the fragile branches of a tree caught in a storm. She was the embodiment of hope wrapped in a tapestry of scars. "They've forgotten why we fought. They've all forgotten." Her hand clenched into fists, and the very air around us thickened with tension, wrapping us in a cocoon of impending doom. I could feel my heart pounding, a relentless drumbeat that echoed the chaos outside. "What do you want me to do? Are we to stand by and watch it all crumble?" I spat the words out, bitterness lacing my tongue. The truth hit me like a slap. I didn't want to be here, in this moment, teetering on the precipice of madness while the world spiraled into chaos. "Do you remember the festival?" Anna's voice shifted, softening, pulling me back to a time when laughter filled the streets and the air was sweet with promise. "Before all of this?" She reached for my hand, her fingers cold and trembling, a reminder of the warmth we had lost. "We danced under the stars, Thomas. We believed in something, together. But now, the stars were hidden, swallowed by dark clouds that mirrored the despair in our hearts." I remembered the faces around that fire, the way they glowed with hope, and how easy it was to forget the shadows creeping around the edges. "Those days are gone," I whispered, and with those words, the weight of reality crushed down on me, squeezing the breath from my lungs. "The darkness has come for us." Across the courtyard, a figure emerged, cloaked in shadows, a ghost from the past. Victor. The harbinger of my nightmares, a man whose ambition writhed like a serpent within him. He moved with a confidence that made the very ground tremble. "You think you can stop the tide," he called out, his voice slick with venom. "You think your dreams matter against the reality of power." My fists clenched, and I felt the heat of rage ignite within me. "You'll destroy everything," I shouted, but the words felt hollow, lost in the vastness of the night. I watched as he laughed, a haunting sound that sent a chill down my spine, the echo of betrayal mingling with the storm. Anna stepped forward, her courage a beacon amidst the despair. Power comes at a cost, Victor. You were one of us once. Her voice quivered, but there was steel beneath the surface, a reminder of the girl who faced the world with defiance. You've lost your way. Way, he sneered. You think this is about ways? It's about survival. We are not children playing at politics anymore. The words dripped from his mouth like poison, each one tainting the air between us. I felt Anna's hand slip from my grip, her resolve wavering as he unleashed a torrent of grievances that twisted like knives through our shared memories. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of doubt igniting a wildfire that threatened to consume her. Victor, please, she implored, there's still a chance to mend what's broken. Let's not tear each other apart. The desperation in her plea hung heavy, but I sensed the fragility of her hope unraveling like thread after thread, until all that was left was a stark, raw vulnerability. Hope? Hope is a luxury we can no longer afford, he spat, stepping closer, his presence suffocating. You cling to dreams, Anna, but they're just that, dreams. And dreams do not feed the hungry. His words coiled around her, tightening like a noose, and I felt her spirit waver beneath the weight of his cynicism. I moved to stand beside her, heart racing, a mix of fear and fury coursing through me. You think power comes from fear? I challenged, my voice shaking with conviction. You think we can rule through oppression alone? I could feel the pulse of the city around us, the breath of 1,000 lives hanging in the balance, and I was terrified of what would happen if we let that darkness prevail. Victor's eyes flickered, a hint of uncertainty breaking through the bravado. But it was fleeting, like a candle in the wind. You misunderstand. It's not about fear, it's about control. And you, he pointed at me with a sinister smile, you have no control over anything. But I remembered the stories whispered at twilight, the battles fought not just with swords and shields, but with hearts and hopes. I remembered how we had banded together, each of us flawed but willing, like patches sewn into a tapestry of resilience. The quiet strength that arose when we stood united against the storm. With every heartbeat, I felt the world teeter on the edge. Beneath the chaos, I caught a glimpse of the glimmering thread of possibility that still wove through our fraying reality. We are not powerless, I shouted, my voice rising against the tempest of despair. We are more than his fear. We are the remnants of a promise, and we will not fade into the shadows. The city held its breath. The rain, a symphony of sorrow, played on, and the night stretched on, full of pain and uncertainty. But within that darkness, I felt the flicker of a fight still alive, like a tiny flame daring to blaze. Anna turned toward me, her expression a mixture of fear and hope, and for a fleeting moment, I thought we could still turn the tide. But Victor stood there, the embodiment of all our nightmares, ready to extinguish that light. And as the storm raged on, I realized we were all caught in this whirlpool of fate, pawns in a game where the stakes were life itself. The threads of our lives intertwined, a tapestry of choices leading us toward an uncertain dawn. I remember the chill that gripped my heart, the realization that nothing could be taken for granted anymore. The collapse was coming, and we were standing at the precipice, ready to either leap into the void or fight to reclaim the light. With every breath I took, the weight of the world pressed down on me, whispering a haunting promise, this was only the beginning. The sirens blared, cutting through the eerie silence of the night, a haunting wail echoing in the hollow streets that had once thrummed with life. I remember standing there, heart racing, a storm of emotion swirling in my chest as flickering shadows danced across broken windows, whispering tales of despair. The treaty, a paper so innocuous yet so burdensome, lay coiled in the minds of men like a serpent, ready to strike. In that charged atmosphere, scholars and historians gathered, their faces illuminated by the pale glow of flickering street lamps. Each one carried the weight of their interpretations, their battles fought in silence, arguments echoing in the corners of dusty libraries and grand lecture halls. I remember the first time I met Clara, her eyes a tempest of passion, a fire ignited by the injustice she perceived in the world. This treaty, she spat out like venom, is not merely ink on parchment, it is the shackles of history binding us to an unyielding fate. Her voice trembled with anger, and I felt her words grip my heart, squeezing out the very breath from my lungs. Across the room stood Marcus, a somber figure, his brow furrowed as he listened, absorbing every word. He was a man burdened with doubt, caught between allegiance to the past and a desperate hope for the future. "You speak of chains, Clara, but isn't it our duty to interpret this treaty with nuance? To see the shades of grey?" His voice was a low rumble, and I could almost taste his struggle, a mix of resignation and yearning for unity. The air thickened as the clock struck midnight, an ominous reminder of time slipping away, a relentless march that no one could escape. I could hear it in the ticking, a rhythm that echoed the heartbeats of those around me. Each tick a reminder of how history can twist and turn, how interpretations can morph into weapons, how the past can bleed into the present, affecting lives in ways unseen. "I remember," Clara said, her voice trembling, reading about the aftermath, the riots, the despair. Families torn apart, dreams shattered by the very words we are discussing. Do we dare sit in our ivory towers and dismiss the pain? She was pleading, raw and exposed, her passion igniting the air like a flame catching dry leaves. Every vowel echoed her desperation, shaking the foundations of the room. And Marcus, while his heart yearned to bridge the gap, felt the scars left by history wrap around him like a vice. "But what if our interpretations push us further apart?" he countered, a hint of anguish breaking through his stoic demeanor. "What if we are not the architects of change but the harbingers of division?" His words hung like cold mist, chilling the air, and I could feel the tension rising, thick like smoke. The shadows lengthened and stretched, mocking the uncertainty of their arguments, while the ghosts of the past watched from the corners, their whispers weaving through the threads of their dialogue. I caught snippets of their fears, fear of war, fear of betrayal, fear of repeating the mistakes inscribed in history. History was not a lifeless record, it was a living entity, and tonight, it breathed through them, filling the cracks in the walls. "I remember stories, Clara," Marcus said softly, almost as if he was speaking to himself, horrors that the treaty failed to acknowledge. The untold tragedies lost in the margins. It was never just a document, it was a declaration of existence, or a death warrant. His voice fractured, and I could see the struggle etched across his face, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him like a mantle too heavy to bear. Clara stepped closer, her voice lowering to a whisper, yet carrying the force of a tempest. "And yet we must interpret it. We must grapple with its implications, or we risk allowing it to suffocate us in silence. The ghosts will haunt us if we don't confront them." She was a whirlwind, fierce and unyielding, and I could sense the desperation in her words, an urgency that crackled in the air like static. Their voices intertwined, a duet of despair and hope, battling against the backdrop of history's relentless march. With each argument, I felt the intensity quicken, the heartbeat of the room stuttering in time with the pulse of their convictions. The clock's ticking was a reminder of the weight they carried, not just for themselves, but for all those lost in the shadows of history. The shadows shifted, the spectral light illuminating fragments of their pasts, snippets of memories that held them captive. Clara's mother, who had fought tooth and nail against the injustices of war. Marcus's grandfather, a soldier whose scars told tales of carnage and loss. Each figure loomed large, spectral reminders of the stakes involved, and I felt the air thicken, a suffocating weight pressing down on each of us. "I remember," Marcus whispered, his voice cracking, "the stories he told me, the desperate faces of the people left behind. They were just names in the history books. Just footnotes to a treaty." He turned to Clara, desperation etched into every line on his face. "We owe them the truth, not just our interpretations." Tension crackled like lightning in the air, and the ghosts leaned closer, hovering over them, whispering secrets lost to time. Clara's determination ignited, her spirit soaring in the face of doubt. "Then let us be the voices for the voiceless. Let us render the history that binds us into an anthem of resistance." The room trembled as their words collided, two souls entwined in an emotional maelstrom, fighting not just for their interpretations but for the very soul of history itself. And as the clock continued its relentless ticking, I felt the weight of their struggle seep into my bones, intertwining with my own. In that moment, their conflict became my own, a reflection of the battles within every heart, the struggle to find meaning in a world that often feels chaotic and cruel. And I stood there, ensnared by their fervor, knowing that the echoes of their passions would linger long after the night had faded into dawn, just as the shadows captured in history would never truly disappear. The world was teetering on the edge of understanding, and the ink of the treaty would continue to ripple through time, a potent reminder of the ties that bind, and the battles yet to come. The clock struck midnight, and with it came a silence so profound it swallowed the city whole. Shadows danced in the flickering light of street lamps, their glow revealing the heartbeats of a world suspended in uncertainty. Beneath the surface of that calm, tension crackled like static electricity. Here, in the depths of the night, three souls collided in a desperate struggle for understanding, a battle not just for survival but for the very essence of their existence. I stood in the alley, my breath hitching, a witness to the turmoil unfolding before me. The air was thick with the scent of rain-soaked asphalt and something else, a metallic tang that sent shivers down my spine. The darkness seemed alive, pulsating with the weight of secrets, regrets, and the ghost of what could have been. Each character in this twisted tale was a thread pulled taut, ready to snap. I felt their pain wrapped around me like a shroud. Ella was the first to break the silence. Her voice, a low tremor, curled around the night, full of defiance, but her eyes betrayed her. They were pools of sorrow, reflecting a past weighted with betrayal. "You don't understand," she spat, the words sharp enough to cut. "Every deal carved in blood leaves scars. How can we trust again when trust is just a shadow of what it used to be?" Her hands trembled, fingers curling into fists. I could see the ghosts of lost promises swirl in her gaze, haunting her like a merciless specter. Her heart was a battleground, conflicted, raw. She was angry, yes, but there was something deeper, something that gnawed at the edges of her soul, a fear of being utterly alone. Across from her, Marcus stood rigid, his jaw clenched, fists tight against his sides. "You think the world is black and white, Ella? It's shaded with grays and crimson. Every agreement made is a gamble, one we must take, or we fade into the abyss." The tension in his voice shimmered in the air, palpable. I could feel it creeping up my spine, intertwining with the fear that gripped Ella. He was right, and he knew it. Yet, there was a flicker of doubt in the depths of his eyes. Was it fear of losing everything he held dear? Or perhaps the ghosts of his own choices haunted him too? A siren wailed in the distance, a mournful cry that echoed their internal chaos. Time felt suspended, as if the very universe was holding its breath. I could hear the tick-tock of the clock in my head, each second echoing the weight of their decision. How many moments had they lost, trapped in the cycle of betrayal and forgiveness? The grip of history was tight around their throats. "Do you think that sacrifice means anything if it leads us back to this hell?" Ella's voice cracked, the anguish spilling into the silence like rain on parched earth. "We've tried, Marcus. We've bled for this. And yet here we are, standing at the edge, gazing into the same abyss we fought to escape." Her words wrapped around my heart, squeezing tightly. There was a palpable desperation in the air, a sorrow that echoed my own fears. I remembered my own battles, the scars I wore beneath my skin, invisible yet all-consuming. The darkness promised release but also ensnared. "Maybe that's the point," Marcus replied, his voice softer now, almost gentle. "Maybe it's not about escaping the darkness but learning to navigate through it. We can shape this. We can learn from the mistakes of our forebears." The possibility hung between them, a fragile thread. But would they dare to grasp it, or would they let it slip away like sand through their fingers? Suddenly, the alley felt too small, the weight of their choices pressing down like a vice. My heart raced, caught in the crossfire of their emotions. I wanted to scream, to urge them toward something, anything, but the words lodged in my throat, choking me with their intensity. "I remember when we thought we could change the world," Ella whispered, staring into the void beyond. I remember the promises we made under the stars, how we believed we could rewrite our fate." Her voice trembled, infused with a haunting nostalgia. And in that moment, a flicker of hope ignited in the darkness. I could see it, a glimmer in their eyes, a reminder of the dreams that once bound them together. Their pain, their anger, their heartbreak, it was all part of the same tapestry. But could they weave it into something beautiful, or would it unravel into chaos? The shadows stretched further, swallowing the alley, leaving only the echoes of their hearts. The night was merciless, a relentless force that demanded answers. I could feel the pulse of history thrumming through the air, whispering warnings and wisdom. They stood at a precipice, teetering on the edge of despair and possibility. "Let's make a new treaty," Marcus said, his voice steady, a beacon cutting through the darkness. "One that doesn't bind us in chains but frees us. One that acknowledges our scars but doesn't let them define us." Ella's breath caught. "What if we fail?" "Then we will fail together," he replied, the promise of unity hanging in the air like a fragile thread. The world felt suspended, every heartbeat resonating with the weight of their decision. In that moment, I realized that this wasn't just their battle, it was a reflection of a greater struggle. The treaty wasn't just ink on paper, it was a living thing, breathing, evolving, shaped by pain and hope. Their past loomed large, a ghost that whispered in their ears, but it didn't have to dictate their future. As I stood in that alley, the air electric with possibility, I felt the stirrings of something profound, a lesson learned, a weight lifted. The lines of history blurred, and what remained was the raw, unfiltered truth of the human experience. We are flawed, we are broken, but in our brokenness, we find the strength to rise. The sirens faded into the distance, and the city continued to breathe around us, a living testament to resilience. I could feel the pulse of their hearts in sync with the world, thrumming with the promise of a new dawn. And I knew this was just the beginning. In the dark, they stood together, shadows entwined, ready to face whatever came next. The cycle of pain and healing, betrayal and trust, echoed through the night, a promise that would resonate through time, forging a path for generations to come. This was their moment, a tipping point, a choice that would ripple into eternity. And as I watched, my heart soared and sank, knowing that their journey had only just begun, and the lessons learned would carve their futures in ways yet unseen. The sun hung low in the crimson sky, casting long, disjointed shadows across the crumbling stone walls of the ancient city. A hush enveloped the marketplace, the kind of silence that thickens the air and sends shivers down the spine. I stood there, heart racing, caught in the eye of a storm brewing just beyond sight. The scent of spices mingled with the bitter tang of sweat and fear. Voices once vibrant faded, now only whispers of betrayal echoed in the distance. I remember the moment Maris knelt before the parchment, her fingers trembling as they traced the inked symbols. "We're bound by this," she murmured, her eyes wide with despair, yet flickering with a fierce, defiant hope. The treaty was a fragile thread holding two kingdoms from the abyss, and she was the one who had dared to sign it. A peace forged in desperation, but her heart? It still ached for war. It craved the chaos. Across the courtyard, Darius, the proud warrior, could taste it, the bloodlust simmering in his veins, mingling with the acrid scent of smoke from the fires that licked at the night sky. He was a man fashioned by conflict, forged in the crucible of battle. "Peace? It's a fool's game," he spat, his voice rough and raw, each syllable a dagger aimed at Maris. "You think they'll honor this? You think they'll stay their hands?" His anger crackled like thunder, electrifying the air between them. I remember the way the wind howled, a chorus of ghosts warning of the storms to come. Shadows danced on the edges of my vision, and for a moment, I could swear I saw the spirits of ancient warriors, their faces twisted in pain, reminding me of treaties signed in blood long before the ink faded. Like the pact of the Mesopotamian kings, sealed with the heft of stone tablets, promises made in desperate times. Or the stark, cold agreement scribbled in the flickering light of torches in forgotten Egyptian tombs, where pharaohs whispered oaths as they prepared for wars against the encroaching dark. Maris's voice trembled as she spoke. "Darius, we cannot go back. Not now. We've made this choice." Her resolve wavered, the weight of history pressing down on her, like the crushing stone of a city falling to dust. "You live for battle, but there's a chance, a fleeting, fragile chance, for peace." "Peace?" Darius laughed, a sound devoid of joy, a brittle echo in the twilight. "What has peace ever brought us? Weakness, fear, despair." The fire in his chest burned hotter, its flames licking at his sanity, threatening to consume him. "What do you know of the darkness? You hide behind treaties like a child behind its mother's skirts. The tension pulled taut between them, a string ready to snap. I felt it, a searing agony that mirrored the conflicts of kings and empires long gone, where the ink of treaties soaked into the very soil of battlefields. Each agreement a reflection of desperation, a temporary pause in the relentless dance of death and power. History was relentless. I remember the night the owl hooted, a mournful sound, a harbinger of doom. In the distance, a war horn sounded, reverberating like the heartbeat of a giant waking from slumber. Panic rippled through Meris as she grasped the parchment, her knuckles white. "We've sacrificed so much," she whispered, and I could see the ghosts of her ancestors lurking behind her, eyes filled with sorrow, demanding justice, demanding blood. Darius took a step closer, his breath hot with rage and longing. "You want them to listen? Let them fear us. Let them know the fury of 1,000 battles. This peace will only serve to soften us, and when their swords strike, it will be you who bleeds first." Tears shimmered in her eyes, reflecting the dying light, and I felt the piercing ache of broken dreams. She was caught in the tempest of her own making, and the moment hung in the air like a heavy stone. This was not just a conflict of kingdoms, it was the war within themselves, the clash of love and loyalty, of fear and ambition. Every heartbeat echoed with the memories of lost treaties, each one a ghost whispering through the corridors of time. The Hittites and Egyptians, their agreements painted on papyrus, now dust, the Minoan traders, their oaths etched in clay, now buried beneath the waves. They made their choices, too, sacrifices carved into the bedrock of civilization. I remember the night sky, the stars flickering, distant worlds spinning in their eternal dance, indifferent to the struggles of mere mortals. What if we fail? Meris's voice cracked, raw and haunting. What if this treaty shatters? What if we are left with nothing but ashes? Darius's eyes softened for just a moment, a flicker of something deeper, an understanding, perhaps, or a recognition of the burden they both bore. "Then we shall rise again," he said, his voice low, a promise laced with defiance. "But we'll rise together. Together." The word hung in the air, a thread in the tapestry of ancient civilizational dreams, fragile yet unbreakable. I could feel the weight of history pressing down like a storm cloud, ready to unleash its fury at any moment. I remember the finality of those moments, the choices that would ripple through the ages. The air cracked with unresolved tension, their destinies intertwined like the roots of an old tree, each decision echoing through time, creating branches that would reach into eternity. As the war horn blared again, a sound that cleaved the night, I felt the pull of their conflict, mirrored in my own heart, the desire for peace clashing violently against the call of arms. And in that moment, I understood. This was not just history, it was a living, breathing entity, love, fear, hope, and despair existing in a delicate balance, teetering on the edge of chaos. The parchment crinkled in Meris's grasp, and I knew, as they both did, that the echoes of their choices would ripple through time, shaping destinies yet unseen. The shadows loomed closer, the darkness whispering promises of both glory and ruin. And as the first cries of war erupted into the night, I felt it, a surge of emotion, a pulse that beat in time with the heart of the universe, a reminder that in every treaty, every agreement, lay the seeds of both creation and destruction. Their story was far from over. It was but a single thread in the grand tapestry of history, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, an eternal dance of light and shadow, of love and loss, forever echoing through the ages. Rain battered the pavement, each drop a whispered accusation in the darkened alley, where shadows twisted like secrets. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and despair, it clung to the skin like a shroud. A single street lamp flickered, casting a sickly glow on the face of a woman, Eva. Her eyes, wide and bloodshot, darted as if searching for something lost, something that could never be found. I remember the taste of fear, sharp and metallic, a reminder that justice was not a promise but a flickering ember waiting to be snuffed out. Behind her stood Marcus, hands shoved deep into his pockets, fists clenched, heart pounding in his chest like a desperate drum. He didn't want to be here, didn't want to witness the unraveling of a life tethered to the very idea of justice. "It should have been different," he muttered, voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might awaken the ghosts of decisions made in haste. I remember the weight of those words, how they hung in the air like smoke, stinging our eyes with the truth of them. Justice. A word that tasted bitter, like ash on the tongue. It promised salvation yet offered only hollow echoes. Eva turned to Marcus, her gaze piercing through the gloom. You think they'll pay for what they've done? Her voice trembled, raw with unfiltered emotion, a melody of hope and despair interwoven in a tapestry too fragile to hold. I could see the way she fought against the tide of memories crashing over her, a relentless wave threatening to drag her under. Maybe, Marcus replied, but his heart knew the answer, heavy and cold. They stood at the edge of something vast and terrifying, a chasm of uncertainty. The world outside this alley continued, oblivious to the storm brewing within them, a city bustling with lives well versed in the art of moving on. But here, in this moment, time froze. A clock ticked somewhere in the distance, each second echoing like a countdown to an inevitable reckoning. Indeed, I remember the night she lost him, the man who had held her heart, whose laughter still haunted her dreams. The police had called it an accident, a tragic mistake, but Eva could not shake the feeling that justice had slipped through her fingers like sand, leaving nothing but a bitter aftertaste. She was a mother now, a warrior in a battle that felt unwinnable. I won't let them forget, she declared, rage igniting in her chest, illuminating the corners of her shadowed soul. The city felt alive, throbbing with the pulse of 1,000 stories. They stood in a world where time twisted and turned, where every breath was a reminder of the fragility of life. Marcus watched her, the weight of her grief pressing down on him like a leaden blanket. You don't owe them anything, he urged, but even his own voice faltered beneath the burden of truth. Let it go, Eva. But she couldn't. The ghosts of the past clung to her, relentless, an army of memories seeking vengeance. Let it go. Those words tasted like poison on his tongue. They were a soothing balm and a knife all at once, an invitation to forget while simultaneously demanding she bear the scars. Justice isn't just for the innocent, she said. I felt the intensity of her conviction wrap around us, like a storm cloud ready to burst. It's for the ones we've lost. Each syllable dripped with an emotion that clawed at the edges of my consciousness, demanding that I feel every jagged piece of her broken heart. And then came the moment, a flicker of movement in the shadows, a figure emerging like a specter from the mist. The world shifted, the air thickening with tension. It was him. The man whose name Eva had whispered in prayer and curse, the architect of her despair. The very embodiment of her nightmares. You, she gasped, a choked cry that broke free from her lips, raw and unfiltered. It was a sound that echoed through the alley and resonated deep within the core of my being. In that heartbeat of recognition, time splintered. Justice hung in the balance, trembling precariously like a tightrope walker over a chasm of despair. I didn't mean to, he stammered, his words a feeble shield against the tempest in her eyes. It was an accident. But I remember how the word accident hung in the air, heavy with implications, a dirty word that stripped away the facade of humanity. Eva's anger ignited, a wildfire consuming her sanity. An accident? You think that absolves you? Her voice rose, fierce and unyielding, a song of pain and retribution that demanded attention. Marcus stepped forward, his body tense, ready for the confrontation that felt inevitable, a collision of raw emotion and buried truths. Leave her alone, he shouted, a protective instinct surging through him like electricity. I felt the tension crackle in the air, a palpable energy that threatened to explode. In that moment, we were all bound together, Eva, Marcus, and the man who had stepped into the line of fire. Each heartbeat was deafening, a countdown to the chaos that felt inevitable. Shadows danced around us, the city holding its breath, waiting for the verdict of justice to unfold. The weight of accountability pressed down like a storm cloud, heavy and suffocating, reminding us that while we stand at the precipice of confrontation, the true battle raged within. I remember the chilling realization that justice was not merely a destination, but a journey, a relentless pursuit that might never bring the solace we so desperately seek. And as emotion swirled like a tempest around us, the alley felt smaller, darker, a microcosm of the world outside, where every soul danced with the ghosts of their past, forever yearning for resolution, yet understanding that some stories never truly end. And as I stood there, frozen in the intensity of the moment, I felt the unshakable truth: justice is not found in the outcome, but in the struggle, in the refusal to let go, in confronting the shadows that lingered just beyond the light. The clock struck midnight, its eerie chime echoing through the desolate streets of a forgotten city. Shadows slithered like ghosts, whispering secrets of untold stories that danced on the edge of a fraying tapestry. I stood there, breathless and trembling, horrified and entranced, feeling the weight of history pressing down on me. It was in that darkness, under the dim glow of a flickering street lamp, that I first met her, Isla, with her fierce eyes that held storms and her spirit that ignited the very air around her. Isla, a soldier of fate, was at the center of chaos, a battleground strewn with the remnants of dreams. The cries of women echoed, a symphony of anguish and defiance, their voices rising above the clamor of the world, a raw, visceral reminder of their existence. I remember the moment, so vividly, as if I was standing inside her skin, feeling every pulse of her heart, every breath tinged with desperation. She was fighting not just for herself but for every woman who had ever been silenced. "I refuse to be a ghost," she whispered, and her words cut through the night like a knife, sharp and unyielding. Beside her, Amina danced through the shadows, a ghost of another kind, haunted, yet fiercely alive. Her laughter was a haunting melody, a stark contrast to the despair surrounding them. "Isla, you're too loud," she teased, her voice a playful lilt that hid the ocean of sorrow beneath. But I could see it in her eyes, a flicker of fear that mirrored my own. Amina was a keeper of stories, a vessel of history, carrying the weight of her ancestors on her slender shoulders. She had woven their tales into the very fabric of her being, but now, they threatened to unravel in the face of an unforgiving world. "I remember the night they came for us." The air crackled with tension, a storm of emotion swirling around us. Amina's laughter faded, replaced by the silence of uncertainty. "What if they find us?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, as if the darkness itself could hear her fears. Isla's jaw clenched, her resolve hardening. "Then we fight," she declared, her voice a battle cry rising above the whispers of doubt. Our breaths quickened, hearts racing like wild stallions. The city felt alive, a living entity pulsating with the heartbeat of its inhabitants. I could almost taste the fear mingling with the scent of rain-soaked earth, a bittersweet reminder of life's fragility. Every moment stretched like a taut string, vibrating with the potential of what could be. Isla grabbed Amina's hand, pulling her close. "We have to be brave. For them," she said, her voice thick with emotion. Amina nodded, though the tremor in her fingers betrayed her. Their hands, intertwined like ivy on ancient stone, became a symbol of unity. The roles of women, so often shrouded in shadows, were now slipping into the light, demanding to be seen, to be felt. In the distance, the sound of footsteps echoed, a haunting rhythm that sent chills down my spine. They were coming, the harbingers of despair, seeking to silence the voices that dared to rise. I felt the weight of every woman who had ever fought, every heart that had ever bled, converging into this one moment. Time felt suspended, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting to see who would prevail. "Isla, I'm scared," Amina confessed, her voice quivering like a fragile leaf in the wind. "What if this is the end?" "It's not." "Not while we still stand," Isla replied, her eyes blazing with a fire that threatened to engulf her. "We will carve our place in this world, or we will die trying." And there it was, the raw, unfiltered truth of their existence. Women, warriors of resilience, defined by the battles they fought and the sacrifices they made. Each heartbeat echoed with the weight of their contributions, the profound perspectives they painted across the canvas of society. I could feel the tension rising, thick and suffocating, as the footsteps drew closer. The shadows transformed into figures, faceless and menacing, cloaked in the darkness of ignorance and fear. They were the embodiment of a world that had long sought to erase the voices of women, to suffocate their contributions beneath the weight of silence. Isla stood tall, her chest heaving, a lioness ready to take on the world. "We will not be erased," she shouted, her voice cutting through the night like a beacon of hope. "We are the daughters of warriors, the storytellers of our fate. We will rise." Amina's laughter bubbled up, an unexpected sound that rang through the tension like a bell tolling in the dark. "Together, always," she replied, her spirit igniting alongside Isla's. In that moment, as the figures closed in, I felt the pulse of history at their backs, the countless women who had fought, bled, and loved through the ages, their spirits intertwining with Isla's and Amina's, an unbreakable chain of resilience. I remember the rush of adrenaline, the electric charge in the air as they prepared to face the storm. Every heartbeat synced with the rhythm of their courage, an unyielding anthem that would not be silenced. They stood at the precipice of something monumental, teetering between despair and hope, between darkness and light. And then, as the shadows surged forward, a realization washed over me, a truth so profound it shook me to my core. The role of women was not a mere chapter in history, it was a living, breathing narrative, written in blood and tears, laughter and defiance. It spiraled endlessly into the night, a testament to the indomitable spirit of women who refused to be forgotten. As the confrontation began, I felt time fracture around me, every moment a kaleidoscope of emotions, every breath a reminder that this battle, this fight for recognition, was far from over. And so, I stood witness to the unwavering resolve of two women, their voices rising above the storm, their contributions echoing through the ages, shaping the very fabric of existence itself. The wind howled like a wounded beast, clawing at the rooftops, rattling windows, and throwing debris like forgotten memories into the night. Lila stood frozen on her porch, the dim glow of her porch light flickering, casting monstrous shadows across the yard where her children used to play. The sky churned above her, dark and heavy, pregnant with the promise of devastation. She could feel it creeping in, an electric anticipation that hummed through the air, a primal fear that gnawed at her gut. I remember, she whispered into the void, her voice swallowed by the tempest. I remember when this was just a small town, where storms were whispers and the worst disaster was a bad hair day. Her husband, Mark, rushed outside, soaked to the bone even before he reached her. "Lila? We need to go. Now!" He gripped her shoulders, his hands cold and trembling. His eyes, usually so full of warmth, were now wide with a terror that twisted her heart. He had always been the brave one, the anchor, but tonight, the storm had unmoored him. "I can't," she said, her voice barely rising above the cacophony. "What about the kids?" The memories swirled like leaves caught in a cyclone, their laughter, the way their eyes sparkled with mischief as they chased each other through the autumn leaves, their innocent dreams painted against the canvas of a blue sky. Would this storm take them too? "Lila?" His voice cracked, a raw edge slicing through the air as lightning split the sky. "They're at Grandma's. We have to move." He pulled her toward the car, but her feet felt like they were rooted in concrete, her heart a stone sinking into the depths of despair. Then came the first roar of thunder, a deafening growl that shook the ground beneath them. It was followed by the sight of the black clouds descending, a crushing weight that seemed intent on swallowing everything whole. In that moment, the world shrank to just them, a fragile bubble surrounded by chaos, teetering on the brink of obliteration. I remember, Lila's voice trembled. I remember when storms were just a part of life, not a reckoning. The sky lit up again, illuminating the twisted branches that resembled skeletal fingers reaching for salvation. It was a brief flash but enough to reveal a haunting reality, a neighbor's roof ripped away, a tree uprooted, its roots exposed like exposed veins. The town she had known for years was crumbling, succumbing to the fury of nature unleashed. Mark gripped her tighter, desperation sharp in his gaze. "We can't wait any longer. We have to trust that they're safe. We need to survive this." But the words fell heavy between them, laden with an unspeakable burden. Survival. What would that mean if everything they cherished was lost? I remember my mother's stories about hurricanes, how they would come like phantoms and take away everything in their path. I remember her voice, how it trembled with the weight of her tales. "They leave nothing but ghosts," she used to say, and now those ghosts hovered at the edges of her consciousness, just beyond reach, whispering warnings she wished she could ignore. And then, as if conjured by her thoughts, a deafening crack split the air, followed by a shuddering silence that felt like a heartbeat caught in time. The sound of something large colliding with the earth, a finality that echoed deep within her. A chill ran down her spine as she turned to Mark, his face reflecting the same horror she felt boiling within her. "Did you hear that?" He nodded, a grim acceptance, and the silence that followed felt even more ominous, like the calm before an unholy storm. Shadows danced around them, and for a moment, it wasn't just the wind that howled, it was the very essence of their fears, the manifestation of everything they had ever taken for granted. The solid ground beneath them was morphing into a nightmare, the familiar landscape tearing at the seams. As they stumbled toward the car, Lila caught a glimpse of their neighbor, Mrs. Henderson, standing paralyzed in her yard, eyes glazed, staring into the abyss. Lila wanted to call out, to pull her back, but Mark's hand was relentless on her wrist, urging her to escape this vision of despair. "What about her?" Lila's voice broke, splintering against the rawness of the night. "What if she needs help?" "Lila, we can't." His plea was raw, panic tightening the edges of his words. "We need to go. Now." Each heartbeat drummed a rhythm of urgency, a countdown to devastation. And as they reached the car, the first drops of rain began to fall, heavy, relentless, as if the sky itself were weeping for all that would be lost. The storm was no longer just a force of nature, it was a living, breathing entity with a vengeance, ready to strip away their world and leave them with nothing but despair and ghosts of memories. "I remember," Lila whispered again, the words spilling from her lips like a prayer. "I remember the day we first brought the kids home. The way the sun kissed their cheeks. The laughter that filled our lives. But tonight, all that warmth felt like a distant galaxy, light years away, swallowed by the darkness." They climbed into the car, trembling hands gripping the wheel, eyes locked on the horizon where chaos reigned. The engine roared to life, but the sound was drowned by the mounting fury outside, a reminder that safety was an illusion, and the world was teetering on the edge of ruin. As they pulled away, Lila cast one final glance at their home, her sanctuary, her love, her life, and in that instant, the shadows flickered, whispering promises and fears that mingled indistinguishably. The storm had begun, but it was not just the wind that howled. It was the echoes of every choice, every moment, spiraling out of control, pushing them toward a confrontation with fate that was yet to come. The night stretched ahead, thick with uncertainty, like the universe itself holding its breath, waiting to unleash the truth. In the eye of this tempest, time twisted and turned, the past, present, and future colliding as one. And Lila, with her heart pounding in her chest, understood that this was not just a battle against the storm, it was a reckoning with everything she ever held dear, with every dream that had been shattered, and every life that had been woven into the fabric of her existence. And there, beneath the roar of the storm, the whispers of ghosts, and the flickering shadows, lay the unyielding question: what would remain when the winds finally calmed? The air hung heavy with the taste of ash and despair. Outside, the sky brooded, a tempest brewing that mirrored the turmoil within the crumbling walls of the castle. I stood there, heart pounding against my ribcage, each beat a countdown to the end. The treaty, a promise like smoke, swirled through my mind, elusive and hollow. I remember the words spoken in hushed tones, the whisper of betrayal curling around them like a serpent ready to strike. I remember the faces, taut with hope and fear, all believing in a peace that felt more like a dagger poised to pierce our very souls. "Do you believe them?" Alaric's voice cut through the thick silence, his sharp gaze piercing the gloom. He was my oldest friend, yet in that moment, he felt like the enemy, a reflection of my own doubts. His brow was furrowed, shadows dancing across his features. I could see the tension coiling in his hands, fingers twitching as if ready to grasp a sword that might never be drawn. "I want to," I whispered, the words tasting bitter. "But they've lied before." Across the room, the flickering torchlight cast elongated shadows, figures morphing into grotesque caricatures of our hopes and fears. My sister Lyra stood against the cold stone wall, arms crossed defensively, her expression a battleground of longing and anguish. "It's a trick," she snapped, her voice sharp enough to cut the air. "They'll take everything, and we'll be left with nothing but ashes." I wanted to scream, to claw at the walls, to let loose the primal fear that gnawed at my insides. The treaty promised salvation, a chance to escape the blood-soaked lands that had become our prison. Yet, I couldn't shake the instinctive dread that slithered around my heart. Each day blurred into the next, a relentless cycle of war and loss, each sunrise marking another page in a story stained with betrayal. I remember the stories told by the fire, of noble knights and fair maidens, of love that conquered all. But here, in this decaying fortress, those tales felt like distant echoes, whispers of a time when honor meant something. Now, honor lay shattered, scattered like the bones of the fallen. And we were left to piece together the fragments of our lives, only to find they formed a grotesque mosaic of despair. "Promise me," Lyra said, her voice trembling, as if she were standing on a precipice, "if they betray us, we'll fight. We'll fight for our home." Her eyes shone with an intensity that made my breath hitch. I wanted to promise her the world, to tell her that the past could be rewritten. But the weight of history bore down heavily upon my shoulders, a constant reminder that trusting in a treaty was like trusting a shadow to keep you warm. Alaric's gaze flickered to the window, where the storm began to howl, a mournful symphony that echoed our internal chaos. "What if it's not just our home?" he murmured. "What if it's the very essence of who we are?" His voice was low, a haunting melody that resonated within me. I felt the tremor of his words entwine with my own fears, each syllable a reminder of our fragile existence. As the first raindrops began to fall, I felt fear clawing at my throat, sharp and relentless. The castle groaned, a sentient being mourning its fate as much as we did. The echoes of battles long past reverberated through stone and memory, the cries of the dying mingling with the whispers of the living. I could almost see their faces, lost souls trapped in the relentless march of time, begging for release. "Do you remember?" I spoke softly, my voice barely above a breath, "the day we played in the meadows, the sun warming our skin, laughter like a promise." I was grasping at the threads of memory, trying to weave a tapestry that would shield us from the encroaching darkness. But Lyra's eyes darkened, and her lips pressed into a thin line. "Those days are gone," she replied, her voice a knife. "We're not children anymore. The world is cruel, and it will swallow us whole if we don't stand guard." The storm outside raged, a tempest that seemed to reflect our inner turmoil. Lightning flashed, illuminating the castle's crumbling facade, revealing cracks that mirrored the fractures in our lives. I felt the walls closing in, the weight of our choices pressing down, suffocating in its intensity. My heart raced, pounding against the confines of my chest, as I realized the truth: this treaty wasn't just a piece of parchment. It was a gamble, a coin toss that could land us in glory or grave. "Let's carve our own fate," Alaric said suddenly, passion igniting his voice. "If they betray us, we won't let them take our lives. We'll stand together, brother, sister, and friend. We'll carve our names in the history that they seek to write over us." There was fire in his words, and for a moment, I felt the weight of hope pressing against the despair. But then the shadows crept back in, cold and unyielding. What if we were too late? What if the ink had dried, sealing our fates without our consent? The thought wrapped around my throat, tightening until I gasped for breath. "I remember," I murmured, words spilling forth like a prayer. "The stars we wished upon, the dreams we shared." Each memory crashed into me like waves, pulling me under, drowning me in a sea of what once was. I fought against the tide, clawing my way back to the surface, where reality loomed like a specter, haunting and relentless. The treaty, the promises, the whispered dreams, they were all crumbling before my eyes. But amidst the chaos, there was a flicker of rebellion, a spark that ignited in our hearts. Perhaps we were not just players on a board, moved by unseen hands. Perhaps, just perhaps, we could rewrite the story. And as the storm raged on, I felt the weight of the past lift, even if just for a moment. The shadows of doubt danced, and with a rush of adrenaline, I turned to Alaric and Lyra. Together, I breathed, the word a vow, a rebellion against the darkness. The storm outside echoed our defiance, the clash of thunder a symphony of new beginnings. The heartbeats of our hopes intertwined, a rhythm that thrummed in the air, unyielding and fierce. The treaty might hold its weight, but we were bound by something far more powerful, our unbreakable bond. And as the world around us trembled on the edge of oblivion, we stood resolute, ready to face whatever shadows came our way. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, a chill that crept under the skin like a whisper of ghosts. A storm threatened in the distance, but here, in the half-light of the old excavation site, the world was a silence made of tension. I stood there, shovel in hand, heart pounding to a rhythm of fear and anticipation. The shadows of the past were not just buried, they were waiting, alive and restless beneath our feet. I could almost hear them breathe. "Did you hear that?" Lena's voice trembled, barely above a whisper. Her hands, pale and trembling, instinctively clutched the leather strap of her satchel. I turned to face her, and her eyes, once filled with determination, now shimmered with doubt, casting shadows deeper than the ones surrounding us. "It's just the wind," I said, but even as the words left my lips, I felt the wrongness in them. "The wind doesn't rattle bones." Miles, ever the skeptic, scoffed lowly from his spot beside the crumbling stone foundation. "It's just a bunch of rocks and dirt. Nothing to fear unless you believe in fairy tales." His bravado was an armor, but it cracked at the edges, revealing the pulse of anxiety thrumming beneath. We were standing on the remnants of a treaty, a pact forged in blood and betrayal, and the earth held its secrets as tightly as it had held the dead. Every stroke of my shovel felt like an invocation, a call to the spirits of the land. With each scrape, I unearthed shards of pottery, fractured like our own fragile motivations. And then, there it was, a glint, a shimmer that chilled the air around us. The metal was cold, an omen, and as I brushed the dirt away, my fingers trembled with the weight of history. It was a medallion, engraved, ornate, an emblem of the treaty itself, a promise made and broken. "What if it's cursed?" Lena whispered, her voice trembling with a terror that echoed in my own chest. I wanted to tell her that curses were only stories, but the moment felt heavier than that, as if the air around us thickened with specters of the past, a chorus of regret urging us to abandon this path. Yet here we were, bound by curiosity, by ambition, by unquenchable thirst for truth. "Stop!" Miles shouted suddenly, and we froze as if he had pressed mute on the universe. His face drained of color, eyes wide as if he had caught sight of a ghost. "What if we're not meant to find this? What if someone, doesn't want us here?" His words pierced through the air, a charged silence wrapping us in its grasp. I felt the weight of time pressing down on my shoulders, the echoes of ancient voices swirling like a storm above us. "You're being dramatic," I said, though my heart raced. I wanted to laugh, to dismiss it, but the humor caught in my throat like a choking vine. "It's just a medallion." But as I held it aloft, the weight of its history sank into my bones. I remembered all the stories my grandfather had told me by the fireplace, tales steeped in bloodshed and betrayal, the kind of stories that clawed at the edges of sleep. They signed it under a blood moon, he had told me, with ink made from their own hearts. I felt the past ripple through me, a haunting melody that entwined my soul in its ghostly embrace. The treaty had promised peace, but it had never delivered. Every conflict, every betrayal, simmered beneath the surface like a hidden flame. I could almost see the figures, warriors and scholars, clutching their quills, their faces twisted in desperation and hope. Lena took a step closer, drawn to the medallion, her fingers itching to touch it. "What if," she started, but the thought trailed off, swallowed by the shadows. "What if this is the key? What if it's a way to finally understand what happened? Or a way to unleash something we can't control," Miles warned, but the spark had caught, igniting a flame in Lena's eyes. I saw the glimmer of obsession, the desire for answers, like moths drawn to a flame. "Don't you want to know?" she pressed, her voice thick with longing. "Don't you feel it pulling at you? This is our chance." But beneath her excitement, I sensed the tremor of fear, the desperate hope that had become the essence of our being. I could feel it too, clawing at the walls I had built around my heart, the walls that screamed for safety. The moment felt electric, vibrating with unspoken possibilities, a tension that threatened to unravel everything we knew. The storm broke, a downpour of rain that drummed against the earth, washing away the dust of centuries. The medallion glistened like a tear caught in the light, and as the rain fell harder, I could almost hear the voices, old and young, whispering secrets, begging us to listen. "Maybe it's not about answers," I murmured, though the words felt futile. "Maybe it's about the questions, about what we're willing to risk." Lena's eyes flashed with defiance, but the moment passed like the clouds overhead, dark and fleeting. The shadows in the excavation felt alive, shifting and swirling, as if the very earth was breathing with the weight of our discovery. I knew we were standing at the precipice of something immense, something that could pull us into its depths. Miles, caught between caution and curiosity, stepped back, the storm reflecting the turmoil in his mind. "What if we're not ready?" he asked, a plea cloaked in fear. I wanted to reach out, to stop the unraveling, but the medallion pulsed in my hand, its history thrumming through me like a heartbeat that echoed the ancient rhythms of the treaty we had only begun to understand. With a final glance at the medallion, I knew that whatever happened next would change us. We were not just unearthing relics, we were awakening ghosts, breaking the silence of centuries, and with each element of the past that we unearthed, the present trembled in anticipation. And as the rain fell like a curtain, I could only wonder if we were ready for the truth that awaited us, ready to face the shadows we had stirred, the stories we had conjured into existence. The storm loomed above, fierce and unyielding, and I could feel the earth rumble beneath us, a warning, a beckoning, a promise we could not ignore. The darkness was closing in, but we stood rooted, eyes wide, hearts racing, caught in the web of history, a web that promised to ensnare us all, forever intertwined in the tales of those who had come before. And in that moment, everything felt impossibly real, impossibly heavy, a truth that would echo through eternity. The air crackled with tension, thick and electric, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. I stood in the dimly lit cafe, the shadows playing tricks with my mind, where every whispered word and stifled laugh felt like a knife's edge, sharp, dangerous. Across the room, Clara stared at me, her eyes wells of unspoken words, her expression a fragile mask. I wanted to reach out, to bridge the chasm, but the silence was a suffocating blanket, wrapping around us, pressing down. I should have said it, I thought, the regret gnawing at me like a ravenous beast. I should have told her how I felt. The truth hung heavy between us, a truth that twisted like smoke, slipping through fingers desperate to grasp it. Clara was my best friend, my confidant, and yet the distance felt insurmountable, as if we were on opposite shores of an endless sea. Time ticked on, slowly, agonizingly. I could hear the clock's heartbeat echoing in my ears, each tick a reminder of moments lost. I remember when we were kids, I thought, the memory suddenly sharp and vivid. We'd laugh together, share our secrets. Words used to flow between us like a river, so effortlessly. But now, the river had dried, leaving only parched land and cracked earth. The cafe door swung open, and with it came an icy gust, sending a shiver down my spine. In walked Jacob, his presence like an unwelcome storm, dark clouds of confusion swirling around him. I could see the anger simmering beneath his skin, a volcano ready to erupt. Clara's gaze darted to him, and I felt the unspoken connection thread between them, a language of its own, one that I had never learned to speak. "Why did you say that?" Jacob's voice cut through the air, jagged and raw. "You know I didn't mean it that way." His eyes blazed with hurt, the kind that cuts deeper than any blade. "You twist my words, Clara. Always have. It's like you're looking for reasons to be angry." Her lips tightened, and I could see her struggling to find the right words, her tongue tangled in a web of frustration and fear. "But you said," she began, but the storm inside Jacob was already raging, drowning her voice before it could take flight. "I said what I needed to say, but you have this way of hearing only what you want." Jacob's eyes flicked to me, and for a split second, the world felt like it closed in, the cafe shrinking around us. "You two don't even understand what I mean. You're both lost in your own heads." I felt the urge to speak, to intervene, but the words caught in my throat, a strangled gasp. Instead, I watched as the air between them thickened with misunderstanding, swirling like a thick fog that smothered the light. "It's like we're in different dimensions," I thought, each trapped in our own reality, unable to break through. I remember saying the wrong thing once, Clara whispered, her voice barely audible, trembling like a fragile leaf. I remember how it felt, the weight of it, how it twisted into something ugly. The rawness in her voice sliced through the tension, a haunting echo of vulnerability that pulled at my heart. Memories danced in my mind, reflections of moments where words had shattered more than they built. Jacob's frustration morphed into something darker, a shadow looming large and unyielding. "You always do this," he spat, the venom dripping from his words. "You pick apart every syllable, dissecting me until I'm nothing but a puzzle you refuse to solve." Watching them was like watching a slow-motion car crash, the horror unfolding with excruciating clarity. I could see the fractures spreading, the cracks widening as they hurled words that splintered their bond. How could language, something so seemingly simple, become a weapon that carved deep wounds? What if I could reach you? I thought, desperate to bridge the gap. But I was paralyzed, caught in a nightmare where my own silence felt like betrayal. What if I was the one who led you here, to this? I wanted to scream, to shake them both until they understood that the power of language could bind or break, could heal or destroy. In that moment, as the cafe buzzed around us, clinking cups, muffled laughter, the hiss of the espresso machine, time seemed to unravel. Clara's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her heart exposed, while Jacob's rage boiled over, threatening to consume them both. I wanted to know you, she choked out, her voice cracking under the weight of her emotions. But I can't if you keep shutting me out. Shutting you out. Jacob's voice was a thunderclap, resonating through the room, shaking the very foundations of their fragile connection. You've never let me in. The truth of his words hung like a shroud, the painful reality that words were never just words, they were breaths, lifelines, and sometimes, they were daggers. I remember the countless conversations we had, I thought, a wave of longing washing over me. I remember the laughter, the lightness of it all before the shadows crept in. But shadows have a way of creeping in, don't they? They nestle into the corners of our minds, whispering fears that twist our understanding, that warp our perceptions of each other. The cafe, once a sanctuary of warmth, turned cold and uninviting, each breath heavy with the expectation of what was to come, the confrontation looming just beyond our reach like a ghost waiting to reveal itself. And so, we stood there, three souls intertwined in a web of miscommunication, each fighting to be heard, each battling the weight of their own buried truths. The tension hovered like static in the air, thick enough to choke on, pressing on our hearts. I felt the walls closing in, the very fabric of our reality shifting as we spiraled deeper into the abyss of misunderstanding. And as I watched, helpless to intervene, I understood one thing: the language we spoke was both our curse and our salvation, a mirror reflecting our innermost fears, desires, and the profound, haunting ache of not being understood. The clock struck midnight, its echo reverberating through the empty halls of the old Parliament building, where shadows danced like spectres on the crumbling stone walls. There, in the heart of a nation teetering on the edge, stood Ilara, her breath hitching in her throat as she clutched the treaty, the parchment crinkling beneath her fingers like the fragile heart of a wounded bird. The ink still felt wet, like blood, like tears, and the weight of history pressed down upon her shoulders, a relentless tide threatening to drown her in its depths. I remember the day they brought it, she whispered, her voice quivering with the ghosts of the past. I remember the hope that flickered like a candle in a tempest. We thought it would save us. But instead, the treaty had become a noose, tightening around their identities, strangling the very essence of who they were. Ilara was a soldier, a defender of her people and their stories, but now, standing alone in the echoing silence, she felt like a traitor in her own skin. Behind her, footsteps echoed softly, heavy, deliberate. It was Kale, his eyes dark pools of turmoil, haunted by the specter of choices that had led them here. Ilara, he said, his voice slicing through the chill, raw and jagged, are we doing the right thing? His uncertainty wrapped around her heart like barbed wire. She turned, the flickering candlelight catching the lines of worry etched on his brow, the way his hands trembled at his sides, fists clenched as if they could hold back the tide of despair. What choice do we have? We signed it. We signed our names, our lives, our futures, etched in ink that could just as easily be blood. Blood, he repeated, the word hanging heavy between them. We'll bleed for this, and I don't know if it's worth the price. The ghosts of the past swirled around them, memories that stung like salt in an open wound. He remembered the faces of friends lost to the war, the laughter of those who thought they'd never see a battlefield, and the dreams that had crumbled to dust with each fallen soldier. Each heartbeat seemed to remind them of the blood-stained parchment now binding their fates. I remember the fields, she said, her voice barely a whisper. The golden wheat swaying in the sun, the way it felt to run through them, arms outstretched, unafraid. But fear was a specter now, lurking in every corner of their lives, whispering sweet promises of safety while tightening its grip around their throats. "We're not just fighting for ourselves anymore," Kale said, stepping closer, their breaths mingling in the heavy air. "This isn't just a treaty, it's a scar on our souls." Her heart raced, a wild stallion seeking freedom. "Then let's carve our own identities from the ashes. Let's redefine ourselves." The passion surged within her, a flame igniting the dark corners of despair, illuminating the path ahead. "We are more than what they wrote on that page." But as her words hung in the air, she saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. And what if that's not enough? The question echoed, a haunting refrain that swept through the chamber like a cold wind. What if they were not enough? What if the treaty, with its promises of peace and unity, fractured them into pieces so sharp they would never fit together again? She could feel the haunting weight of history pressing down, dragging them into the void of despair. "Look around you, Kale," she urged, gesturing to the shadows that clung to the walls like old secrets. "These stones bear witness to our struggles. They know what we've fought for, the lives we've lost. This treaty doesn't erase us, it challenges us to rise. We owe it to them, to ourselves, to be more than pawns on a chessboard." His eyes flickered with something, hope or fear, she couldn't tell. "What if we end up creating another war? Then we will fight that war too," she declared, her voice now a battle cry. "But we'll fight for ourselves, for our hearts, not for an old piece of paper that seeks to define us. Our identities can't be confined by ink and parchment. We are the flame, Kale. We are the storm brewing on the horizon." As she spoke, the walls seemed to pulse with energy, the shadows flickering like flames. The weight of their shared struggle hung in the air, a promise mingled with dread. They were caught in a web of expectations, the threads of national identity woven tight around their throats. Kale took a step back, the conflict raging within him like a tempest. "But what if we fail?" "Failure is part of living," she replied, her voice steady now amidst the chaos. "But to surrender, to become mere echoes of what was, is that truly living?" He met her gaze, and in that moment, she saw the flicker of a spark, the ghost of a smile lurking beneath layers of doubt. In that silence, a decision teetered on the edge. They were standing at the precipice, where the past loomed like a colossal shadow overhead, threatening to pull them back into darkness. "I remember when we thought we were invincible," he said, the ghost of laughter mingling with the pain in his voice. "How naive." Naive? Or brave? Her heart raced, an electric hum igniting the air between them. "Let's be brave, Kale. Let's rewrite the narrative, not just for ourselves but for everyone who is fighting to be seen, to be heard. This treaty, it won't define us. We will define it." The clock continued to tick, each second a reminder of the impending confrontation, the choices yet to be made. Outside, the wind howled, a symphony of doubt and defiance. They could feel the world shifting beneath their feet, the universe swirling in endless possibilities. "I remember the dreams," he said softly, as if sharing a secret. "The dreams of a better world. Then let's make them a reality," she breathed, her heart pounding, resonating with every echo of those lost dreams. As they stood there, wrapped in their emotional storm, the shadows around them danced like flames, illuminating the path ahead, a path still shrouded in uncertainty but pulsing with life. And deep within, the treaty was merely a beginning, a fragile thread in the grand tapestry of their identities, a tapestry yet to be woven, yet to be defined. With a shared glance, they stepped forward, hands intertwined, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead, even as the night deepened around them, leaving the haunting echoes of their past lingering in the air. The fight for identity was only just beginning, a battle etched into the fabric of their souls, and they were ready to face it together. The clock struck 12, a shattering sound that echoed through the cavernous silence of the old conference room. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering under the harsh fluorescent lights, casting ominous shapes that seemed almost alive. The air was thick, charged with unspoken tension. I wiped my clammy palms on my trousers, glancing at Myra, whose eyes shone with a fierce intensity. She was a storm contained, an enigma wrapped in a professional facade, yet I could see the churning emotions just beneath the surface. "I remember when we first signed it," she whispered, her voice trembling. "When we thought it would change everything. Her words hung heavy, each syllable a haunting echo of history, a treaty forged in desperation, a promise made under duress. Outside, the city throbbed with life, oblivious to the battle being fought inside these four walls. A skeletal moon hung over the skyline, illuminating the ghosts of decisions past, a bittersweet reminder of time lost, opportunities squandered. This was no ordinary meeting, it was a reckoning. I could feel the weight of it pressing down on my chest, a tightness that threatened to suffocate. My heart raced, pumping adrenaline through my veins as I locked eyes with David. His brow was furrowed, lips pressed into a thin line, the embodiment of quiet desperation. He was a man torn between loyalty and integrity, a soldier standing at the crossroads of his own conscience. "I can't do this," he said suddenly, the words spilling out like a dam breaking. "We're betraying everything we stood for." His voice was raw, a frayed edge of emotion that cut through the electric tension in the room. I wanted to scream, to shake him, to make him see that sometimes the weight of history is too heavy to bear. The treaty was a paper promise, but the memories, those were chains, binding us to a past that refused to let go. Myra leaned forward, her eyes narrowing, a predator sizing up its prey. "What's the alternative, David? To go back to chaos? To let it all unravel?" Her words were like a whip crack, vibrant with the intensity of her conviction. But behind her bravado, I sensed the cracks, fear hiding in the depths of her bravely defiant eyes. The truth was a jagged pill, and I wondered if any of us were truly ready to swallow it. I closed my eyes, and suddenly I was back there, in a dimly lit room filled with the acrid scent of smoke and sweat. The ink on the treaty barely dried, the weight of our promises heavy as we shook hands, believing we were crafting a new dawn. But dawns can be deceptive, can't they? They shimmer and glow, but underneath lies the darkness, lurking just out of sight. "I remember the hope," I murmured, my voice a mere whisper. "We thought we could rewrite the future." "Hope is a fragile thing," David replied, his tone dark, edged with a deep-seated weariness. "What happens when it shatters?" I flinched at the truth of his words, feeling them resonate deep inside me like a tolling bell, a warning ringing loud and clear. We were trapped in the web of our own making, and the spiders were dancing on the strings. The memories of betrayal and regret flooded back, sharp and vivid, like a photograph developing in real time, each moment more excruciating than the last. The clock continued its relentless ticking, a reminder of the inexorable march of time, and with it, the urgency of the moment. We were racing against something far larger than ourselves, a future we couldn't control, a past we were desperate to escape. "Every time I look at the cities we rebuilt, I can't help but see the ghosts," Myra said, her voice breaking slightly. "People we lost, lives we destroyed. It's not just a treaty. It's a tombstone." I could feel the tears pooling in my eyes, blurring my vision. I wanted to reach out to her, to tell her that I understood, but the words stuck in my throat like shards of glass. We were all haunted by the same specters, the same choices made in haste and panic. A generation lost in the shadows, trapped between the weight of history and the promise of tomorrow. "Do you think it's worth it?" I asked, the sincerity of the question slicing through the tension like a knife. "Is this what we wanted?" The silence that followed was deafening, a living thing wrapping around us, squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. David shifted uncomfortably, his face a mask of anguish. "I don't know. I want to believe it is, but what?" Myra pressed, her impatience flickering like a candle about to go out. "But we can't ignore the cost," he finished, the finality of his words hanging in the air like smoke from an extinguished fire. The weight of our reality crashed over us, a wave threatening to pull us under. I felt it in my bones, the cold fingers of doubt creeping into my mind. Each decision we made, every word spoken, was a thread woven into a tapestry of consequence. What if it unraveled? What if we were the architects of our own despair? A sudden knock on the door jolted us from our reverie, the sound stark and jarring against the backdrop of our spiraling thoughts. The door swung open, and in stepped someone dressed in shadows, a figure who carried the weight of years upon their shoulders, eyes gleaming with the wisdom of experience and the pain of history. "Are you ready to face the truth?" they asked, their voice low and resonant, a tremor of inevitability threading through the air. I stared at them, at the embodiment of everything we feared and longed for, the very essence of the treaty that had once seemed so noble. And in that moment, a realization struck me like lightning. This was not just about a piece of paper. This was about us, our hearts, our souls, our futures entwined in a web of choices both painful and poignant. The clock ticked on, its relentless rhythm a reminder that we were running out of time. I looked at David and Myra, the lines of fear and hope etched into their faces, and realized that the only way to move forward was to confront the past. As the shadows shifted and danced around us, the echoes of history beckoned, waiting for us to take our next step. And though we were lost in the maze of our own making, I felt the faint flicker of hope ignite once again, a candle flickering defiantly against the darkness. The air crackled with unspoken possibilities, and as we stood on the precipice of a decision, I knew one thing for certain: the story was far from over. Each heartbeat, each breath, was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a promise that we would not go quietly into the night. The time for change had come, and we were ready to confront whatever lay ahead. A single candle flickers in the dark, its flame casting long shadows on weathered walls. I can smell the damp earth and the faint traces of something ancient, an echo of what was, a whisper of promises long forgotten. The chamber is thick with tension, the air electric with unspoken words. I remember the moment our eyes met across the room, the flicker of recognition that ignited something deep within me, something that had been buried beneath layers of history and despair. It was as if the very fabric of time had folded upon itself, bringing us together in this chaotic dance of fate. There she stood, Mara, fiercely defiant, her hair a wild halo around her face, eyes ablaze with an intensity that could shatter mountains. Behind her hovered the ghost of her father, a man whose shadow loomed large over her life, a man who had sacrificed everything for a treaty that now seemed as weighty as a stone thrown into the abyss. The room pulsed with the memories of those who had come before, lives entwined with the ancient pact, lives forever altered by its legacy. "Do you feel it, Mara?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The shadows seemed to lean in, straining to catch every word. "The weight of it all? The lives we carry, the choices we inherit." My heart raced. I was raw, exposed, standing at the precipice of something monumental. "I remember," she said, each word a dagger aimed at the heart of complacency. "I remember the stories of betrayal, the cries of the fallen echoing through generations, haunting us." Her fingers clenched into fists, and I could see the tremor, a flicker of vulnerability. "We carry their ghosts, you know. Every moment, every decision, we are bound by it." Outside, a storm raged, the wind howling like a wounded beast, a fitting backdrop to our unraveling. The world felt impossibly large, yet here we were, two souls caught in the web of an ancient treaty, its implications stretching far beyond our understanding. I thought of Lucian, the dreamer, a man too idealistic for his own good, who had once dared to envision a world without the chains of the past. His laughter echoed in my mind, a bittersweet melody that threatened to drown in the chaos around us. Lucian believed in change, I said, the memory of his unwavering spirit cutting through the darkness. He thought we were the ones who could break the cycle. But every time I look at you, Mara, I see the threads of history weaving through your soul, pulling you back, holding you prisoner. My voice cracked, and for a moment, I was lost in the void of regret, the weight of unfulfilled promises thickening the air. "I don't want to be a prisoner, not anymore," she cried, her voice rising, raw and unyielding. "We're standing on the edge of something monumental, and I refuse to be shackled by their fears. This treaty, it was forged in blood and betrayal, and yet here we are, still letting it bind us." The intensity of her conviction hung heavy in the air, a palpable force that electrified my very bones. I could feel the pulse of history crashing around us like waves against jagged rocks, and with each heartbeat, the tension in the room thickened. I thought of the clock ticking away in the corner, its relentless march a cruel reminder of time's passage, of the fleeting moments we could never reclaim. The ghosts loomed larger, their whispers growing louder, urging us to confront the shadows we had inherited. "Do we dare challenge it?" I asked, my voice trembling with the weight of possibility. "Can we rewrite the narrative that has held us captive for so long?" The question lingered, heavy with implications, and I could see the flicker of doubt in Mara's eyes, the fear that perhaps we were destined to play our parts in a tragedy written long before our time. I remember, she murmured, the words like a mantra, echoing against the stark walls. The shadows shifted, and suddenly, the chamber felt alive, as though the very essence of history was watching us. But I also remember the dreams of those who came before us. They believed in something greater, and so should we. The storm outside raged with a ferocity that mirrored the tumult within. Thunder cracked, a reminder of the chaos lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when we would break free from our chains. I reached for her hand, our fingers intertwining with an urgency that felt prophetic, as if we were sealing a pact of our own, one that would defy the weight of our ancestors. I refused to let their shadows dictate our future, I said, my voice rising above the cacophony. This is our moment, Mara. We are more than the echoes of the past. Together, we can forge a new path. And in that moment, time suspended. The world outside became a distant memory, the storm a mere whisper as we stood at the juncture of destiny. The ancient treaty had cast its long shadow over our lives, but now, we were poised to strike back, to reclaim the narrative that had held us in its grip. Lucian's laughter echoed again in my mind, buoyant and defiant, a reminder that hope could sprout even in the darkest of places. I could feel the weight of history pressing against us, but there was something electric in the air, a spark that promised change. The clock ticked on, relentless and merciless, but in that heartbeat, everything shifted. It wasn't just about the treaty anymore, it was about us, our choices, our voices rising above the cacophony, carving a space for ourselves in the annals of time. And as the storm finally began to wane, leaving a fragile stillness in its wake, I knew we were standing at the threshold of a new beginning, the weight of the past still lingering but no longer defining us. The candle flickered, shadows danced, and I felt an intoxicating rush of possibility surge through me, a promise that our story was far from over.